Still on a significant learning curve. For those of you who don't know me, I'm not a water lawyer, nor am I an engineer. So I come to this job from government experience. So you can take that however you want it, hopefully in a good way. A couple of things I just want to share with you in addition to welcoming you. There's I think an evolving conversation among major municipal water utilities that we need to think of ourselves not just as a water provider, but as an anchor institution in the communities we serve, meaning a permanently fixed public-facing entity that is critical to the social and economic prosperity of the community. That's what anchor institutions have that's how they've been historically defined. And among municipal water utilities, there's again a growing consensus that we should be framing our mission with that language, not to distract from the core mission, which is the delivery of safe water, but to open the aperture to what else can we do to make the world a better place, frankly. And that has caused us to think about opening the aperture to things that we might not have thought about before. How will downtown Denver recover post-COVID? What kind of development should we encourage? What's our obligation to agriculture? And Kate and I have talked about this. So what role can Denver Water play to support our agriculture economy? What role do we play as a utility in addressing climate change, not just in the context of water supply and predictability and infrastructure, but what can we do to support clean energy and participate in that as a bigger partner? So those are just some things around the anchor institution, and I'm anxious to explore that with all of you as we go forward. I did say I'm not a water lawyer, nor am I a engineer. Although I've worked with water lawyers and engineers over the years, the legacy of Denver Water is not lost on me. I knew Chip Sperry. He put his arm around me early as a young congressional staffer, worked with Jim Lockhead for a number of years in different ways. And so I have a sense of obligation about the legacy of this organization. And I know that part of that legacy is working very in close partnership with the work that you do. And we are living in interesting, challenging times, to be sure. I am, in my spare time, interested in military history, and don't hold this against me, but I'm a big fan of the movie Patton, for those of you who've seen Patton. Take no message from that about my leadership aspirations. But the point of the movie, and the thing that has always drawn me to it, is a movie from the 1970s about the famous World War II General George S. Patton, who was committed to being in the military and serving in war. And there was some shame that went with that aspiration, as well as some drive. But the point of the film, and the reason I come back to it, is if you are interested in public policy and making a difference in the world, if that's what your mission is, and you are all here because of that, then you want to be deployed in times of crisis, right? You really want to be deployed when it really matters. And I think we're in a time, obviously, when it really matters. Think about the Colorado River as an example. Think about climate as an example, the impacts of climate change. Think about the future of agriculture and our competition with the big producer in Southern California. Think about energy. Think about just the function of government and public entities and public service. So I think we are, again, challenging times, but it's better to be deployed in challenging times than to just kind of spin your wheel and not have interesting things to work on. So thank you again. I really appreciate the opportunity to work with all of you, and welcome to Denver Water.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. We're going to make a slight change here on agenda item 20. Director Cloud has asked to be able to report first, so Director McLeod said that was okay, so we're going to get it over to you, Lorelei.
Awesome. I don't know, can you see me? Maybe, maybe not.
We can hear you, but not quite see you.
That's fine. So thank you for accommodating me to go early. I currently am in Vancouver, Canada, so I couldn't make the meeting today or yesterday. I'm actually here also with Emily Zemak from the state. We are here with the Nature Conservancy, participating in a project called the Emerald Edge Accelerator, which really is very dynamic. I never heard about it, even though I'm a board trustee for the Nature Conservancy. Never heard of this type of program, but we're here learning how we can find different solutions to tribes using their water, particularly in the San Juan River, San Juan tributary, and learning about the different barriers. We're having to go through a series of events where we get feedback from other people, not just from the other groups, because there's like four different groups presenting their ideas and their challenges that they're dealing with. These, when we go through these events, we have to go through a feedback process from what they call knowledge weavers. So different people from across the world judging how we come up with a sustainable solution and our problem solving techniques, which has been really interesting. And I thought we would have a better idea of what our product is going to be when we leave this afternoon. But it's been a big process as well too, is teaching people what's going on in the Colorado River because they don't know. And so sitting here listening to their feedback really helped me to understand, I think, some of the challenges that we have even within the Colorado River Basin, because people don't understand the complexities of the laws and the regulations and some of the other barriers that not just tribes, but everybody else has in the Colorado River, trying to put our water to use in the most beneficial way. And so that's been a big learning process. And I'm hoping that at the next meeting, I can come back and say, this is what we came up with as far as a product, because we're not to that. And we have to have something before we leave here at 1 o'clock today. And so we have a big challenge ahead of us today. We've been working every day. Last night, I think Emily and I skipped out because we were tired, and that was like 9 o'clock last night. And so it's long days. It's not easy, challenging our way of thinking, but I guess that's my report. So thank you for allowing me to go first.
Thank you, Lorelei. Good luck. I hope you can get your job done, and I'll give you your ticket back so you can come home.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll go to the Gunnison River. Director McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll see if they get my slides up here in a minute, but just one brief follow-up on my last presentation, and that is the GORP Act was indeed introduced in Congress by Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper, so now we just have to endure the sausage making in Washington, D.C. to see if we actually get to see that to come to fruition. You know, the Gunnison Basin is very bucolic. It's quiet, not a lot of exciting things happening. What?
Go ahead.
So, as I'm saying, the Gunnison Basin is quiet and bucolic, and not a lot of exciting things happen there. So I sometimes am challenged to come up with something that might interest you for a director's report. But I was inspired at the last meeting by Director Brody when she told a story of a dam. So I thought, well, we've got a dam that might be interesting. So I'm going to tell you the story of the Taylor Park Dam and Reservoir. So the Taylor Park Dam is part of the Uncompahgre project, which is primarily composed of the Gunnison Tunnel, which diverts water from the Gunnison River into a canal system that irrigates about 76,000 acres in the Uncompahgre Basin, Montrose and Delta counties primarily. But in the 1930s, during the drought, the Uncompahgre water users, it doesn't seem to be working. No luck. That's two. I need to go back through. Okay, that'll work. That's okay. Go ahead. I'll just ask you to change the slides. So, in the 1930s, the Uncompahgre water users were concerned with the drought, so they prevailed on the Bureau to build them a reservoir for supplementary irrigation. So just to give you an idea of where the reservoir is, you can see the city of Gunnison in the lower left-hand corner there, and then up in the upper right-hand corner is Taylor Park Reservoir. Next slide. So this is the Taylor Canyon before the construction of the reservoir. The Bureau had been doing site examinations for many years, and they picked this site in 1934. The reservoir, next slide. The reservoir was completed in 1937. It's a earth-filled dam with a rock embankment. It's 616 feet across and 166 feet high, and it impounds 106,230 acre feet. Next slide. So this is what, until recent days, is what the reservoir looked like, but it was operated for many years as a typical irrigation reservoir. That is, the water users would store water all winter and into the spring, and then in the late summer, they would make large releases for supplementary irrigation. That created a problem in the Gunnison community because the flows were extremely erratic, and especially in the wintertime, the river would be practically dry. At one point, they measured the flow at 9 CFS in the wintertime. So after the construction of the Aspinall unit, which was then called the Curricani unit, the folks in the Upper Gunnison district realized there might be an opportunity to improve the operations of the reservoir while protecting Uncompahgre's rights by coordinating operation of the Taylor Park Reservoir and Blue Mesa Reservoir in the Aspinall unit. Next slide. So in 1975, the parties agreed to the Taylor Park Operation and Storage Exchange Agreement, and that is the United States Uncompahgre Valley water users, the Colorado River District, and the Upper Gunnison District. And this agreement provides for operation of the reservoir, and it allows exchanges of water between Blue Mesa and Taylor Park Reservoir. It provides that the releases from Taylor Park Reservoir will be made to optimize fishery, and it also specifically authorizes the Upper Gunnison District to obtain water rights in the Taylor River upstream of the reservoir. So, next slide. So in 1986, the Upper Gunnison did apply for a second fill water right in the reservoir, and the decree was issued in 1990, and it formalized the 1975 agreement. It provided a more detailed accounting. You can see on the right there the accounting setup that the judge issued, and it provides for use in the reservoir for fishery and wildlife purposes, and also that the releases would be made to optimize recreation and fishery. There's also, the decree also provides for 19,200 acre feet per year for supplemental irrigation water for irrigators in the Taylor and Gunnison rivers. This agreement provided for these operations, which began in late 1990, early 1991. Next slide. And the result was now we have a gold medal fishery in the Taylor River. Next slide. And a thriving rafting industry. So the purposes of the agreement and the decree were realized. Now, the 1990 decree decreed 44,700 acre feet absolute and 61,530 acre feet conditional. So for the Upper Gunnison District, the objective was thereafter to make those water rights absolute. But at the conclusion of the water right case, the United States said, well, you know, you can't have a water right in a federal facility. So we're going to challenge your application. So the solution was, after we got the water right, we assigned it to the United States in 1993. And by contract, the Bureau of Reclamation is required to operate that water right for the benefit of the Upper Gunnison District. So although the United States holds the water right, the responsibilities for operating it and maintaining diligence fall on the Upper Gunnison. And from 1991 on, we performed the diligence. Also in 1991, the Upper Gunnison Board created what's called the Taylor Local Users Group, the TLUG. And this consists of representatives from Flatwater Recreation and the reservoir, local landowners, irrigators, boating, and wade fishermen. And that group used to meet twice a year, and they would make recommendations for releases from the reservoir to match the various needs of each of their constituencies. You know, the irrigators needed water in the spring and in the fall. The rafting industry wanted high flows in the summer. The wade fishermen didn't want to be swept away by those high flows and so on. And the property owners had an interest in maintaining a healthy river. Well, we didn't get around to seeking to make the water right absolute until 2011. And the reason is because we were consumed with fighting trans-basin diversion all those years. It's a project called the Union Park Project. They wanted to build a 900,000 acre foot reservoir just above Taylor Park. We had a trial for 5 weeks, went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court remanded it. We had a trial for 3 weeks, went back to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court at that point affirmed the judge's ruling that there wasn't sufficient water available to develop the project. There were a couple of tangential rights for hydropower that we had to dispose of, trial Supreme Court. So that kind of exhausted the resources of the Upper Gunnison District. In fact, the district had to go to the taxpayers to increase the mill levy to be able to afford the legal and engineering costs to protect it. Next slide. So ultimately in 2011, we filed our application to make the water right absolute. It took us 5 years to come to a stipulated decree. And the reason is that we have a wealthy Texan who owns property on the river, and he has an in-stream flow right for 445 cubic feet per second, 24/7, 365 days a year. I know that sounds unusual, but there was a period in time, you know, when in-stream flow rights weren't limited to the state. Anybody could do it. And there was a clever lawyer in Gunnison who got several of these water rights on the river. But the difficulty is we could not agree with this gentleman about whose water right had priority. His decree says that he cannot interfere with the operations of Taylor Park Reservoir. His lawyer argued that the current operation was not the historical operation that was protected by that decree language. So we had to argue consistently about who could control the operations on the river. After many years of negotiation, we finally settled on this stipulated decree. And what it does is it provides very detailed accounting provisions for the releases from the reservoir. We base the operating on dry average wet years based on the inflow to Taylor Park Reservoir as of May 1st. And the reservoir is operated to achieve a level of fill on October 31, which is the end of our water year. The purpose of that is to maintain winter flows at a constant rate, which was what this gentleman's main concern was. The accounting here refines the accounting in the 1990 decree and is very, very, very detailed. Well, we got started on that, and after 1 year, the gentleman felt that reclamation had violated the terms of the stipulation, and he wanted to go back to court. So we started over again, and we ultimately ended up with a new stipulated decree, which you see here, which now has functioned well. The two things that are different is that now the TLUG meets every month, March through October, and this gentleman was added as a member of the TLUG so that he can participate in looking at the releases. The releases are made on 2-week increments, and the reclamation folks are very cooperative in maintaining those flows as the TLUG suggests. Their role is advisory to the Upper Gunnison District Board, and the board adopts their recommendation and brings it to the 4 parties to the 1975 agreement. And so far, since 1975, actually, the reclamation has honored the recommendations of the TLUG. Next slide. So, clean energy is upon us, and the Upper Gunnison District, the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association, and the Gunnison County Electric Association felt it might be a good idea to utilize this resource to generate electricity. So in 2010, we each put in $15,000 and then got the Colorado Water and Power Development Authority to fund a feasibility study. Well, the study came back and said, yes, and at a 30,000-foot level, this would be feasible. And so over the next several years, GCEA spent a lot of time getting further and more refined feasibility studies, and in the end, they decided that they could build it. So the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users and GCEA created an entity called Taylor Park Hydro LLC that was going to construct and operate the power plant. Next slide. I will note that in the original decree for Taylor Park Reservoir in 1941, there was a provision for a hydropower water right, but it was abandoned in 1986 because they hadn't done the diligence. So the dam was designed to provide for hydropower. What you see here on the right is the new power plant. It was energized on October 31st of this year. It's a 500 kilowatt plant that produces 3.8 million kilowatt hours per year. And they say this plant is the largest known single-phase power generator operating in North America. So that's the story of the Taylor Park Dam.
All right, any questions or comments? Yes, please, Jen.
I think that case of the private in-stream flow right is so interesting, and it's come up before because, obviously CWCB claims exclusive authority, and that case was appealed, and the court held that the decree is in error, but since there wasn't a jurisdictional issue, that the decree could stand for that private in-stream flow right, which I don't think would happen in current times.
Well, actually, there are 9 different decrees for private in-stream flow rights that all occurred about the same time at the hands of the same clever lawyer.
Yeah.
I say that sarcastically,
Right.
by the way. Jason will confirm that this gentleman did a lot of mischief in the Gunnison case.
Well, thank you. I was shocked at conveying a water right to the federal government. That's an interesting, that the water users were allowing that.
Well, the Uncompahgre water users' water right is owned by the United States as well, but for the benefit of Uncompahgre.
Yeah.
So all the water in the reservoir is actually owned by the United States. So if you notice, that last stipulated decree was in water rights of the United States of America. But as far as the second fill is concerned, they largely let us run the show and draft the pleadings and make the deals. And reclamation got a little gnarly in the middle, but reclamation is as reclamation is, right?
Very well said. Well, we've all received inspiration from Director Brody, so you did a great job. Well done. Okay, Director Vasquez with the North Platte. She's online.
Yes, thank you, Chair Combs. I beg your indulgence. I'm a week out from surgery, so I will yield my time to Director McLeod because it was a very, very interesting presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. Hope you're healing up. Okay, we'll go to the South Platte with Director Wind.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I notice on my slides, I'm in denial that winter's coming, and for some reason I think it's still October.
If you want to.
So thought I'd start out with just kind of reflection and with indulgence of Director Bruchet. We're going to kind of share our enjoyment around the success on the connectivity channel. I described its status as of our last meeting. However, there's been a celebration and dedication of that project. And to that point, of course, you recall, many of us toured that new project, downsizing, right-sizing Windy Gap Reservoir and putting back in place the Colorado River. So that's an aerial view, of course. In the upper left, the lower right are several of the key speakers that day of celebration, which was October 15th, including Director Gibbs, county commissioners, contractors, just a great day of celebration. And with that in mind, I've asked Ann if she could share with us a video that was created to celebrate, memorialize that day, which is, I think, 5 or 6 minutes long. That's not it.
It's a momentous day here in Grand County. I'm so happy that we're here today.
I'm sincerely pleased to be here with all of you today to celebrate this historic day.
Boy, I see a lot of smiles out there today, and for good reason. I'm really excited to be here as well. This is an important moment in the history of your Colorado River.
And this is like one of the happiest days of my life, to be able to experience this and see this project come to fruition. So congratulations, everyone, on a job well done. Thank you.
It's taken a long time for us to get here, but when that day arrived, it turned out to be gorgeous.
To stick with this project and have the persistence to make it pay off. Over 25 years of collaborative partnerships is what led to the completion of this project and the celebration that we're having here today.
The connectivity channel is a prime example of how diverse groups can come together and tackle our biggest challenges.
The
The environmental benefits of reconfiguring Windy Gap Reservoir and providing the bypass channel are numerous and substantial. They range from reducing fish disease and allowing unhindered fish migration, enhancing aquatic invertebrate production, restoring normal sediment transport, improving riparian and wetland ecosystems, and overall watershed health. The new bypass section of the river will provide over a mile of gold medal trout quality waters for anglers today and for future generations.
And I was here last year, about this time, when they reached a little berm here and started to let water flow out into the connectivity channel. And that was so cool to see that happen. And we were able to walk along the channel, and in the first few minutes, we saw fish in the connectivity channel. I mean, it wasn't an hour, it wasn't two, it was minutes, and they were already in there.
Recent work by some of our aquatic researchers found that with the improvements that they're actually able to see a very unique fish that was not known to be in this area for over 20 years. It's a sculpin fish, and so that's really amazing to see that happen.
And that just blew my mind, blew everybody else's as well, because that's not supposed to happen this soon. I mean, that is the measurement of success of a river project. If you got sculpin in there, something is going right. I'm so appreciative. I can hardly express my appreciation for all of the parties bringing this all together.
The connecting channel, which helps make your Colorado River whole, is the result of many, many years of our collective efforts to bring together the necessary partnerships, design, funding, and action that's brought us all here today.
Local Grand County residents originally conceived of this idea in the 1990s, not long after the Windy Gap Reservoir was constructed. These residents could see that the reservoir was causing harm to the river, and they wanted to do something about that.
January 1998, when we got together and had our first meeting, and it was during our meetings that we literally came up with the idea of, maybe if we took Windy Gap offline, you wouldn't lose any water. We could get this thing to work. And, Jeff Drager, literally drew the plans up on the back of a table napkin. It might have been a little more advanced than that, but it went into hibernation for a little while.
And maybe we reinvented it. We put out an EIS to build Chimney Hollow Reservoir. And so the idea of this connectivity channel bypass came up again.
Our two groups got to be at odds with each other. But after years of conflict, we finally came together and started working together towards a plan to fix the Colorado River. And the keystone of that plan is this connectivity channel.
In the end, we had this great coalition of people that were pushing this project, I guess for a lot of different reasons, but it turns out to be a great project.
And what a great, great project to be involved with. It was a great partnership that got built. I'm really proud that CEI has got its stamp on it. Thank you very much.
This project, I believe, will be a model for cooperation for years into the future. And Trout Unlimited is just really honored and proud to be here to celebrate this accomplishment with all of you. Thanks very much.
Thank you for allowing us to share that on behalf of myself and Paul. Would you like to say a few words? I enjoyed meeting more of your family there on that wondrous day.
It was amazing. Thank you, Director Nguyen. And it was just such a neat day because there's been a lot of events and moments over time, there to build up the moment of the operation of it. But I think that one in particular, to gather the funding partners and everybody that's been tied to it. And in my eyes on this one is, I think a lot of people forget, Northern and the sub-district stayed so firm in their commitment to see this through. There were lots of hiccups and challenges and funding gaps and desperate moments. And, for me, that day was neat to have a large portion of their community and organizations, in Grand County, with Grand County and statewide officials giving celebration to them. So my hat's off to you guys, and very grateful.
Thank you, Paul, and certainly hats off to CWCB. It wouldn't have happened with the commitment of current and former board members and staff. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention a few names that weren't with us on that day. One in particular is Melly Whiting, just a leader of this project from day one with TU, and she's found her home in Europe, at least for the current time, so she was unable. And we should also express the motivation of Lurleen Kern Underbrink and Bud Isaac, kind of as this project came online. They're no longer with us, but just phenomenal leaders that insisted that this was the right thing to do. It's the right thing for the ecology, but as Paul describes, it's just a model of how diverse interests can come together and make something so important happen. All right, well, thank you. Just a couple other notes. South Platte Roundtable met last week, and I was not able to attend, but I told Sean Chambers I'd pass on a few notes, and one of those was an appreciation of the roundtable, just how important the C9 summit is. It was several from the South Platte Basin Roundtable participated in C9, and they just wanted me to express that appreciation. They were looking for a little bit more conversation around the low no regrets 2.0 topics, and they look forward to talking about that more in the future. The Industrial and Municipal Committee of both the Metro and the South Platte continue to meet with hopes to better coordinate their BIP list, and hopefully funding through CWCB can be spent more effectively moving forward. And lastly, I'd mentioned in my last report back in August that they had a roundtable, an open house roundtable of the roundtable, and inviting the public in a more formal way, and that has returned some dividends in terms of new membership. It's a big roundtable. It's often hard to fill all those seats, but they've have plans to add a few more personalities to the South Platte Roundtable. I want to talk about a few things as the water year ran to a close. It was a pretty blessed spring in the South Platte, and like many other parts of Colorado, it turned quite hot and quite warm. And just a snapshot of where we ended the year in terms of storage, we're at 83% of storage, or below average in terms of end-of-year storage, primarily with Plains reservoirs. That's not the end of the world. If we have a good winter run, those reservoirs should refill themselves, particularly if there's not a whole lot of icing challenges. But nonetheless, certainly denotes that a lot of consumptive use when you have day after day, probably 55 to 60 days of, as we all experience, pretty darn warm weather in the South Platte. And the lower left-hand corner is just accumulated rain that occurred throughout northeastern Colorado. This is primarily along the tributaries to the South Platte and the South Platte main stem, from just north of the metro area all the way to Julesburg, encompasses about 30 weather stations. And we're about a couple inches below accumulated precipitation for the year. One wouldn't think that's that much of a difference, but just a few inches over the course of the land mass, which is irrigated through those areas, turns into a lot of water, about 350,000 acre feet of water when you have a shortfall. But fortunately, we've got reservoirs to fill that, backfill that shortage. That led to, of course, my understanding, and certainly in my weekend life on a farm, good yields throughout the South Platte. In the upper left-hand corner, I was fortunate enough to go and tour along with the Water Fellows from the Water Center, which is a fairly new program of the Water Center in which they're promoting diversity in thinking around water resource management, bringing a lot of students from different colleges to come together from different parts of the world. And we spent a day in the South Platte looking, in this case, at sugar beet harvesting, corn harvesting, the marketing of livestock, went to a dairy, and had a really, just a phenomenal day with those students from CSU. I'm not much of a photographer. I usually use my phone pictures to take a picture of something I'm about to tear apart so I know how to put it back together. But this picture on the lower right, when you pile grain into a grain bin, it gets really tricky at the end because you're piling corn into a silo essentially, and you want to put as much in there as you can, but if you put a little bit too much, you can't get out. So this is a picture of me kind of slithering out. You're about 40 feet in the air, and I took this picture, and it dawned on me that as I think about how can we transition to other things in our society, whether it's things around water, social needs, whatever it might be, how can we do that, or can we do that? And when I looked at this picture on top of a grain bin, I first recognized, and this is kind of around the energy sector, Director Brown, that you're very familiar with, is sitting on about 40,000 bushel of corn. That's about 97,000 gallons of ethanol that gets produced from that corn before it goes to livestock feed. But if you look out across the landscape from that location to the southwest, you see first, we're blessed with a whole lot of tri-state lines through our operation that have become so instrumental in how we move power around from renewables going forward. But beyond that is Pawnee Power Plant, which was going to be decommissioned, but now it's going to be converted to natural gas. That's a plant that was built when I was in junior high. So we're finding ways to transition that infrastructure. Behind that's Mansheaf Power Plant, which is a natural gas power plant. And beyond that is 8,000 acres that just got permitted, which from my intel will be the largest solar farm in the United States. So my point being, we find ways, whether it's connectivity channel, power industry, other needs, agree or disagree, we're more malleable about how we adapt and adopt than sometimes I think we are. So just some thoughts from above a grain bin. Thank you for allowing me to share that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director, and that was very well said. Appreciate that. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Director Wind? Director Brody.
I think you have a theme for a new podcast.
Yeah, from above the grain bin.
Yeah, you heard it here first. There you go. Okay, Director Felt, we'll go over to you.
If you could just pass these down. And I do have more of these if anybody in the room wants them. I'll come back to them in a minute, but it's a little handout. Just first want to start off by just voicing appreciation for Russ Sands. He, my whole time on this board, he's been here. And throughout that time, I've kind of said to myself over and over, who is this guy, He has such a unique way of talking about things and articulating the meaning or the connections between things that I've just really enjoyed being in his presence. And he's helped me understand what we're doing, honestly. So I'm really sorry to see him go. I know he'll be around. I know it creates other opportunities for people too, so it's great. But anyway, just wanted to say that. I also wanted to call out one of our former members, Jim Yan. He was elected county commissioner a couple weeks ago for Logan County, which I think is a really great and amazing thing. I think the only county commissioners in the room are Dan and me, pretty sure, but, or former, soon to be former. But I just, as I'm winding up my term here as a county commissioner on January 14th, and, it's been a remarkable experience. And I'm going to talk a little more about that. But when I think about all of you and your various roles and experiences, many of whom, or many of which have taken place in rural settings, especially, there really is just this ongoing need for leadership in rural Colorado. And of course, that takes many forms, and you all expressed that already, but I just wanted to not finish my term without encouraging other people in the room, whether they're at this table or at the other tables, that you really should consider running for public office. I'll just say that. I know for a lot of people, it's like, oh, I could never do that. I wouldn't subject my family, blah, blah, blah. But I can tell you, and I think Dan would concur, it's an incredibly powerful experience and a really amazing opportunity to help your community navigate what is an increasingly dynamic landscape in Colorado. And I've heard it said that at least in some regards, no one has more power or authority to really get things done than two county commissioners agreeing to do something. Only takes two in most counties. Even the governor has to go through a lot more hoops often than county commissioners do. So whether it's county or municipality or whatever, I just do want to say that, the system works best when knowledgeable, experienced people, energetic people, visionary people jump in and give it their best shot. So if nothing else, just don't rule it out. If somebody comes to you someday and asks you if you can help, you should consider doing that. Everyone's asked me the same question, maybe not everyone. So if you're not one of the people who've already asked me, I am finishing up January 14th, and I'm taking over as general manager of Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District on January 1st. And I've been trying to train with Terry Skanga for that, and it hasn't gone really well so far. That's nothing on Terry at all. He has been extremely available to me, but I've always felt that, or experienced that work tends to expand to fit the time available. And so as we're closing in, two of us are stepping down from the county commission. There's a lot of things that we really want to button up or, strengthen for the future. We just, after kind of 8 years of working towards it, we just passed a new land use code in our county a couple days ago. I don't recommend undertaking that if you do end up in elected office. It is a great way to lose a lot of friends right at the end of your career, but it definitely needed to be done. And that process was really informed by a series of processes that I was fortunate to help take our county through over the last 8 years. And I think, those of you who've been on the board here for a while have heard me talk about Envision Chaffee County. I think Fletcher mentioned it yesterday at the end of the day in the context of the regional partnerships program, that some of the work we did on or have done on managing outdoor rec helps serve as a model for that statewide program. Same thing with some of the forest health work we've been doing. I think as Chris Sturm has said to me, you don't need to be in the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program because you guys are already doing it. We just didn't have that name for it yet. And then we've been doing a lot of support for agriculture. As I've mentioned before, we did a survey similar to what Kate did back in 2018 and found that 97% of our county residents said that they support agriculture. And we weren't, after we got that result, which was so astounding, we realized we weren't sure what that meant. What does support mean? Does that mean you eat food? Or does that mean and buy food? Or does that mean something more? Kate asked the same question of the whole state a couple of years later, and 98% of Coloradans said that. When we saw that, we thought, gosh, how do you take a feeling like that and turn it into an action? Same thing, we found that people were as concerned. The number one concern, it was a tie, number one concern in our county was affordable housing, this is in 2018, and wildfire. They were equal. It was like, I don't know, 80, I forget, it was in the 80% range is what people felt. We already had folks working on affordable housing, so we decided, well, we need to try to address forest health and wildfire mitigation. And then within that context too, we found that the biggest concern people had in terms of wildfire was all the visitors recreating in campfires, human-caused wildfire, not lightning strikes, that sort of thing, but just people not managing their campfires, that sort of thing. And so when we put that all together, we realized that we had these 3 landscape scale challenges: forest health, supporting agriculture, and managing outdoor rec. And we decided to run a conservation finance measure to address those 3 challenges. And in 2018, that's what we did, and we passed it. It's kind of interesting. Back in September, we convened a big gathering in Chaffee County. It was called Connecting Colorado. It tied directly to the Colorado Outdoor Strategies program. It tied also to COSWAP and forest health efforts, and it also tied to Kate and Robert's work and their team on supporting agriculture. But we brought leaders from all over the state together and talked about kind of what we had experienced and learned, and tried to figure out if there were paths forward to help maybe turn some of our successes that were very geographically coherent but limited into, help sort of evangelize it across the state. Take the good stuff, let local communities embrace that and figure it out for themselves, but give them some tools to work with. So we had this great 2-day meeting. It was very powerful, and it kind of helped bring it all into focus for me, I guess, in a way at the end here, what we've been doing. So with our conservation finance measure, it was a 0.25% sales tax. And in our case, that means 40% of it is paid by visitors. So that right there is quite, helps push it across the finish line. But come back to that in just a sec. But as we wrapped up this Connecting Colorado program, as she always does, Cindy Williams, my co-lead in that whole Envision Chaffee County suite of efforts, she always makes sure we don't leave the meeting without a clear action plan for going forward. And so we broke up into groups and talked about that. And the group I was in was how do you maybe spread more conservation finance across the state? How do you help counties, especially rural counties, figure out how to do that in a way that supports their own needs? And so kind of neat in a couple weeks. I think Jason mentioned the Colorado Counties Winter Conference coming up here. He's presenting at that, and we're doing a whole panel discussion on conservation finance. And so I'll be talking about our program, and then, I think her name's Heather, coming from the River District, is going to talk about their funding mechanism that they've developed. And we have folks from Trust for Public Lands, Conservation Finance, and from GOCO to help county commissioners understand how to do this. So anyway, I'll wrap up, but this booklet, Chaffee Common Ground, is the program that we developed out of our conservation finance measure. And this is both an annual report and our 6-year review of the work we've done. And it's one of the things I'm definitely most proud of, and it's kind of the most describable. of our work. And so, yeah, I just wanted to share that with you. And yeah, when I see you next, I'll be like some of our other members, a Conservancy District Manager. So look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Felt. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Thank you. Oh, please, Kay, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Director Combs. Director Felt, every time I hear your report on what Chaffey County has been able to accomplish, I'm newly inspired by what can happen at the local level. And thinking about, you know, all the federal money that's coming down that we've all been discussing has been really critical, but we've known it's going to be one time. It's not going to be here forever, no matter what. The state facing a close to $1 billion budget deficit this year is another testament to driving this work locally, however much we can. And I think what Chaffey County has been able to accomplish, I mean, just skimming the sustainable ag and rural landscape section, permanent conservation easements across Chaffey County, temporary short-term conservation easements across the valley, irrigation ditch and headgate infrastructure repair paid for through the sales tax at the local level. You ran electricity to a farm so they could actually use their greenhouses and use their irrigation system. Just the span of what you've been able to invest in locally. I just am so glad you're carrying this message across the state. And it's not to say that we're not going to keep going for federal resources and state resources, but what local governments and communities can do to support ag, you've really proven that on the ground. So thank you to you and Chaffey County for that work.
Thank you, Kate. And, you know, I guess one little thing I might add, just in case this kind of a opportunity for a ballot measure ever crosses your path, but even Trust for Public Lands said, yeah, and you need to have a sunset clause, you know, so that you can review it and make sure that your constituents want to keep going. And we thought about that for a little while, and we said, hell no, we don't want a sunset clause. Let's see if we can pass it without one, which we did. So this is in perpetuity. It truly is a perpetual funding source. They'd have to go back to the ballot to get rid of it. Yeah, thanks for your comments.
Very well done. Appreciate it, Director Felt. Okay, so on to Director Brody.
Well, first of all, just a quick congratulations on wrapping up your term on County Commission, and best wishes in your new role with the many new challenges you're going to take on, and look forward to hearing all about it in future directors' reports. So building on Director McLeod's theme of dams, or dams as we sometimes think of them, I thought I would give an update on the Gross Reservoir project. I'm sure many of you saw in the news a few weeks ago that the district court ordered that the Army Corps in issuing the dredge and fill permit to allow Gross Reservoir to be built violated the Clean Water Act and NEPA. And I'm not going to go into all 80-some pages of the order, but thought I would just give a high-level overview of her rationale, and then also talk a little bit about what does this mean for the project going forward. So the court found that the Army Corps of Engineers in issuing our permit misinterpreted certain regulations. These are regulations that implement the 404 permitting program. So under the Clean Water Act, Congress in its brilliance put EPA in charge of the policy and the Corps in charge of implementing the individual permits program. And not surprisingly, these two agencies that have different perspectives and different missions don't always see eye to eye on how the regulations and how the law should be interpreted. So in our case, there was a lot of, I would call, healthy debate at the early phases of the permitting about how the purpose of the project should be articulated, how it should be scoped. And in particular, the regulations at issue talk about a basic purpose for the project and an overall purpose for the project. Even though the regulations talk about these two different concepts, EPA has opined in guidance that they should generally be one and the same thing. Army Corps for decades has disagreed with that view. And in our case, Army Corps decided that the basic purpose for our project was additional water supply of a certain amount of acre feet. But that the overall project purpose also encompassed some of the resiliency needs that Denver Water had identified. And if you recall, the impetus for Gross Reservoir wasn't, from Denver Water's perspective, wasn't just a need for more water. It was a need for more water on the north side of our system. And that really came out of realizations in the mid-90s and early 2000s about how vulnerable our system was, because so much of our water, 80% of our water, comes through some choke points on the south side of our system. So that, when we had some bad fires, we were on the verge of running out of water. And I'm not talking about water for like lawn irrigation and things like that. We're talking about water for basic human needs, to provide health and sanitation, to supply hospitals, to supply the Denver International Airport, all those facilities that are critical, not just for those people who live in Denver, but frankly for the state. And so in realizing how vulnerable that was, Denver Water decided that we needed to build additional resiliency and redundancy into our system by having more water on the north side, so that if we had any type of incident, whether that was a wildfire, other natural disaster, or human-caused incident such as a cyber attack, that we could still maintain sufficient water supply for those basic functions through the north side of our system, at the time through the Moffett treatment plant, and now through the North Water treatment plant. And so I think Army Corps recognized that, took that to heart. And while the basic purpose was this additional water supply, when they articulated the overall purpose, they added in these additional elements of resiliency, redundancy, and better overall system balance. And the Army Corps was critical of that. The EPA was critical of that. In the early consultation process, the EPA said, Army Corps, if you were a little more general in the overall project purpose, it might allow a greater range of alternatives to be considered. Army Corps, took that into consideration, responded, and ultimately respectfully disagreed with the EPA. And EPA eventually backed down, and the project went forward. Fast forward from the early 2000s to here we are in 2024. What the judge determined in this case was that the Army Corps acted arbitrarily in relying on its own interpretation of the regulations and guidelines. That instead, EPA, as the agency that wrote the rules, was entitled to deference. And by failing to defer to EPA's interpretation, the Army Corps was in error. That interpretation, so everyone understands, not only affects Denver Water's project, it could have ripple effects, significant ripple effects for other projects that have been permitted or are in various stages of permitting. And whether you agree with it or not, I think it is a change in a long-standing interpretation by the Army Corps, and frankly by EPA as well, over the roles and responsibilities of the respective agencies in carrying out the permitting functions contemplated by the Clean Water Act. So that's a thing that we're going to have to continue to deal with in litigation, and also think about how does the Army Corps deal with it practically. And I will just add that had the EPA thought that the Army Corps was violating the law, the EPA had recourse. The EPA has authority to veto projects, and we've seen that. Two Forks is a good example where EPA exercised its veto authority. And even though it offered critical feedback, as EPA often does in the interagency consultations, EPA did not exercise a veto here. So that came as a bit of a surprise, I would say. And like I said, one, we're still we'll probably be working through for a while. So what does that mean going forward? Work on the project is still continuing, at least for the time being. Although due to weather, we are now kind of at planned winter slowdown of activity. So certain activities continue year-round, but the main activity of pouring the concrete, raising the dam, does shut down because those activities can't continue below certain temperatures. So we're at that transition point now in the year. In terms of the litigation, the judge has ordered the parties to submit to, first of all, see if we can figure it out and settle it, or tell her in a collaborative way what we collectively think her authority is in terms of issuing any type of remedy in this case. If we can't do that, then on December 6th, all the parties are going to submit our respective position statements about the scope of remedy. And that could be anything from vacating the permit, it could be remanding the permit without vacating it, it could, at least theoretically, be some type of injunctive relief. So those are all the issues that are going to be in play before the district court. And like I said, I think, we're mindful about the ripple effects of this decision. So that also is going to inform our thinking about how we proceed. Because even if we can resolve this lawsuit, if it leaves a mess for others, that's a problem and something that we need to be really thoughtful of and figure out how we collectively move forward. Because as you all know, having worked on the water plan and the technical update, we have a supply-demand gap in this state. And while dams are rarely popular, sometimes they're necessary, and particularly here in the upper basin states like Colorado, since we don't have a Lake Mead or Lake Powell above us, we need to exercise self-help and we need to figure out our own solutions for ensuring a reliable and resilient water supply. So that's where we're at, and happy to continue to keep you updated as we move forward. Just shifting to some of the themes that Alan Salazar talked about. We at Denver Water are thrilled to have you here, and I know many of you got a tour of the campus when we last hosted the CWCB. For those of you who weren't here or who want to learn more about the campus, I'm happy to show you around, either on a break or at the end of the meeting today. But we've got a lot of sustainability and resiliency features built into this campus, including a black water recycling system, which is pretty cool, and also all of the sustainable buildings that we have on site, and the native grasses and xeric plants we have on this campus to, again, I think just kind of live our values as best we can as a water provider and help lead by example. Alan also talked about this idea of anchor institution, and when I think about that and what does that mean, both in my day job and sitting here, it really our role, my role, not just in respect to serving the Denver community, but also thinking about our neighbors and friends across the state and frankly across the West. We often think about, what's right for Colorado, what's best for Colorado, but I had the opportunity to visit with some of my counterparts in another Western city, and, frankly, we're all facing the same challenges. They may have slightly different flavors, but, I like to try to remind myself that we're all in this together at the end of the day. And part of what that means here in Colorado is also, as Alan alluded to, our responsibility to our neighbors in ag. Denver Water is the third largest public landowner across the state, right behind the federal government and the state government. We own a lot of land, and so we've been spending a lot of time thinking about how can we be good stewards in that capacity. how can we be thoughtful collaborators with folks who rent the land, lease water from us. And for me, it's really been a privilege to be on this board and to hear from some of you about, your perspectives, particularly those of you who are producers. It's been a great education and a real honor to think about how we can be better stewards of those resources, how we can contribute to soil health, how we can contribute to resiliency, not just for the customers we serve here down in Denver, but for our neighbors and our partners and our friends around the state. So I will leave you with that and wish you all a happy holiday season and hope it's a wonderful new year.
Thanks. Thank you, Director Brody. Does anybody have any questions? Or I want a tour. I want to see it. So, very good. All right, I guess we're to the Rio Grande. Let me start off with a story. When I tell people this, okay, so go back to 1989, and young Nathan Combs with his permed mullet is, right?
Any pictures?
Well, there are pictures. They called me Fabio. No. So 1989, senior year, you're top-ranked wrestler, you're undefeated. You're just it, And those of you that have worked cows know that it's all a bluff. And if they call your bluff, you lose. And so we had this reprobate bull that had got out, and it just refused to. You just weren't doing anything with it. Somehow, by a miracle, we got it into a neighbor's corral. And in their loading alley, they had, now envision a corral, right? You got the horizontal rails, the vertical posts. The vertical posts were on the inside of this rail, and they were the 8x8 railroad ties. And so then the rails were on the outside. And so strapping young Nathan jumps in, and he's going to teach this bull a lesson. He's got his little whip and the trailer backed in. I soundly got thrashed so many times I couldn't count. It chased me out, it ran me over, you name it, it owned the spot. And my dad came by to see what's taken so long. And my dad is one of those guys that he rarely gets fired up. He's just the calmest waters you could imagine. So I'm at my wit's end, and I can't tell you how many of the sticks I've broken on this bull trying to get it into this trailer. Get it up there, it would turn and just run right over me. So my dad, he's not much bigger than me. So I got to back up a little bit. I wrestled 135s when I was a senior. And so when people hear that being a good wrestler, I don't know if they freak out more that I weighed 135 pounds or that I could wrestle. Anyway, I thought I was bigger than the 135. But going in, my dad wasn't much bigger than me. And he's like, well, let me try it. So this bull, we get it headed up the corral, and when it turns to come back at him, it put its head down to get him, and he just pushed its nose over into one of those uprights. And so that bull, they close their eyes right before they hit. It hits this pole, and it just hard stop. And so the bull backs up, and he comes again, and my dad just keeps his hand on it, and every time it comes, he just pushes that bull into that rail. And you're talking 2,000-pound bull, and here's this 150-pound guy just stopping it cold. Eventually, the bull turns around, and we load it, and out. I learned a very important lesson that day. Distraction can really be as detrimental as a hard stop, right? And in our lives, sometimes we've got to be very careful that we don't get distracted by wanting to be right, but rather we're doing right. And it's interesting I was thinking of that as you were talking, Director Brody, just the conflict and some of these things we get into as conservancy managers, and sometimes we get into these positions where there might be a little, I don't want to say contention, but a little bit of disagreement. I don't think that it's mutually exclusive, doing right versus being right. Going on to do you want to go to the next slide, please? This is a little bit of, this will all tie back in a little later. The Rio Grande Basin, as Director Ullman talked about, we had a really good start on our snowpack, ended up at around 79% of normal. We did have that higher than average rain, like Director Riss brought out, but we had lower than average soil moisture. What happened is when that So in our area, when you're raising that hay between about June 17th and the July 1st is your first cutting. And it takes about 7 days to dry, to get it baled, get it off, and then it's about 30 days later, and there's a really specific cycle of timing to make that work. Well, when the rain came in, it put off a bunch of people being able to get the hay baled, get it off the fields, and so they weren't pulling water out of the rivers, right? We weren't able to irrigate because their hay was down. And so we were getting this rain, which seemed so huge as far as average, but our soil moisture just kept dropping and dropping and dropping because the ET of the plants were taking it up. We got to the end of the year and everybody had catastrophic just rained on hay and grain prices. We had hails come through and a lot of the hail got wiped, or the grain got wiped out. So as you can see, we had the record low hay prices on top of tons of rained on hay. I can't even get many people to call me back on moving grain. It's just there's no demand for it. With corn prices in the tank, the other grains don't move. But potato prices aren't the best right now. They're not doing really good, but the cattle prices were awesome, which is great until the beginning of November when we get the second highest November snowfall, which Director Ullman brought up. And all of a sudden these guys we're going to realize some profits are now feeding. And we're going to be feeding 8 months out of the year. And so it's kind of tough. You look at those numbers, we had 14 to 18 at the south end, 20 to 32 on the east end. So a lot of trouble in a year that's already going on. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, that's my house. I got home we quit work at noon, and there's the drift in front of my back door. There's 3 feet step right there that it's above. So, and it was just everywhere. Right? It was the wind, the rain, the snow and the drifting and all of that. And yes, if the astute people will notice that, yes, my lawn furniture is still out. We dug through there to get the garden hoses back rolled up and we were not prepared for that. Next slide, please. Anyway, very high stress and anxiety levels, right? So in late October, Larry Brown with CSU Extension, he hosted some classes and some meetings about helping people address and learn about mental health. And he had over 80 attendees. And if you look on the internet, it's interesting. The estimates are that 1 out of 10 that need help with mental and anxiety actually get help. 80 is a huge number for the big, tough, robust farming community. And it was basically standing room only. And I reference what CDA has started and the turnout that they're getting. I think right now we're seeing a change in ag. And I'm talking about the Rio Grande. We thought we had snowpack, it didn't realize itself. We thought we had good hay prices, it all got rained on. We thought we had good grain, it all got hailed. The cows' prices were going to hold us all up, but now we're feeding, and it's going to offset that profit. And then on top of that, the sub-districts have some huge sustainability issues we've got to address. Some of our depletions are we're changing the model iteration. Our depletions are going to go up. And so everything we're talking about is just doom and gloom and doom and gloom and doom and gloom. And so I think we got to be really careful that in doing our jobs, I'm finding this out. The mental health crisis came a little too close to my community. And so right now things are okay for this individual, but it's real. And I always thought this is just something people deal with that I don't know, that I don't really relate to. This one was too close, way too close. And so I think it's not about a slogan or a t-shirt like it says, but I think the thing we have to offer in our job here as we look at policy and we look at these things we have to do, there's never a wrong time to have kindness and patience in what we're doing. Everybody's dealing with something. And I don't think we should put ourselves in positions of, like I said, not slogan and bantering and trying to wave a flag that's not ours, but in any situation we find ourselves, I think just kindness and patience will really pay high dividends and let people deal with what everyone is dealing with. Back to the story of not getting distracted, right, and getting diverted. Things are good in the Rio Grande. we're doing a lot of projects. The rye resurgence, as you saw, is going good. The malting barley is going good. We're seeing a lot of solution-oriented people doing good projects, moving forward. And so for us, in spite of the anxiety, in spite of all these ups and downs, we're trying to not get just diverted from what our mission is. And I think we're going to end up on top with this overall as a state. We may have the budget shortfalls, but Director Wind, that was so timely. We find a way, right? We dig through, we get it done. And so I just want to thank all of you guys for offering me kindness and patience, for being the most ignorant amongst us to be able to be here, and the way you've treated me. I sincerely want to say thank you for your patience in that. And that's all I have. So thank you. Yes, Director Combs.
Director Combs, Mr. Chair, thank you for your update. I just want to comment on rural mental health. I think you all know, but Robert Sakata is leading our rural mental health initiative at CDA. So it's a fourth title that we've given him since he's joined us. But your story is a story we hear across the state, and I love your antidote, patience and kindness, and also our focus is on normalizing the conversation. Like, it's okay to ask for help. We are a bunch of tough folks in ag, and being tough is also asking for help and saying, I can't keep doing this on my own all the time. And that's a lot of what we're trying to do. So this is just an invitation to everyone in ag, adjacent to ag, who loves farmers and ranchers in their lives to join this effort, whether it's with us or with your local community or with your friends and family, just checking in, say how it's going, how are you doing, having those honest conversations. Just so grateful that this is being brought into daylight, and your update has helped do that, so thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll go to Director Brown.
I just realized my microphone has been on this whole time.
Feedback.
Jeez.
Oh, so's mine.
We're new here. So I owe you guys a PowerPoint, but I can't figure out how to get my Google Photos onto a PowerPoint, so I'm going to go do some YouTubing between now and January and show you a couple. I was going to show you a video of kangaroos fighting, so you'll have to wait. Don't look it up. It's going to ruin it. Thanks for sharing that. I recently had an experience with mental health as well, and yeah, it's surprising when it doesn't touch you on a daily basis, and then it does, and then maybe it's in your day-to-day for a while. How you have to think so much differently about it. And so the message of kindness and patience is a good one, not only for people in ag, but for people in all walks of life, everywhere around you. So thanks for that message, especially going into holiday season, which is hard for a lot of people. So we usually have a theme of gratitude because it's November, and so I just want to say, the years that I've spent on this board with all of you and your predecessors, and then the people that you'll get to meet when we get off the board, what an experience it has been. And to continue on today's theme, I think, of people doing good and finding a way. It's an important message, and in our basin, I'm always surprised at how many people show up to our basin roundtable meetings and how many people just quietly are out there getting things accomplished. And I really do think that the basin roundtables have fostered a community of people that can meet and solve problems in the way that a lot of rural people solve problems, which is behind the scenes and just slowly getting it done. So I hope that for the Colorado River, it seems like we just can't make progress there as a 7-basin community. And I really hope that we're able to do some good work on that before we're all gone and it's passed on to our children. So message of hope. I'm really proud of our team for sticking through it. I see how hard it is and how grating it can be to live in that experience on a daily basis, and that drama and stress in the basin and all the news that we're given about each of the states and the upper basin versus the lower basin. It's such a drama-filled, can get out of it and do good, and the message of people just getting things done can carry through, and we can get things done and we can make it through this. But it's a hard nut to crack, that's for sure. Our snowpack is not that great yet, but I think we're gonna get a blast here soon. So we're at 82% of normal, which is about 5 inches on top of Buff Pass at Tower. And, you know, we'll probably see 500 inches there, hopefully by the end of the year is the goal. So we've got a lot of snow to shovel. My hoses are still in the yard. They're only under 2 inches, but it's cold, and I don't want to go out there. I keep thinking it's going to melt. So I have to deal with that when I get home this afternoon. But I had a couple updates just from the basin real quick, and then a couple tri-state updates I wanted to share with you as well. Speaking of getting things done, continuing to work on Sheriff's Reservoir rehab, which is up in the flat tops and services Oak Creek. And so hopefully that project is able to go into more construction next year and wrap up. And it would not be for the funding through CWCB. If we didn't have that funding, that project they'd be stuck. They wouldn't be able to use that water resource. So there is literally no other money for them. And that town would have no backup water supply other than their surface water. And so it's huge and just a very meaningful part of the basin's water supply. Also, you've already heard some of the projects, the Colorado Headwaters project that we approved at the end of the day yesterday is turning into be a really great partnership between wildfire and river restoration, ditch rehabilitation. The Little Snake, in case any of you looked at that and were like, what, isn't this in Wyoming? It crosses into Colorado several times, and it actually pushes the largest amount of sediment of any tributary into the Colorado Basin, and is very important to the hybrid nature of the Yampa green confluence, because the green obviously is dammed at Flaming Gorge, so that sediment is able to carry through and really help with the endangered fish, and their strength is that they can smell in sediment-laden water, and so that continues to improve their habitat when we have that sediment. So the Little Snake is a really important tributary. Also, which is really cool, the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District, they have a dashboard now. So if you go to their website, you can see kind of all things Yampa, which is really, really neat. So check that out if you have a few minutes. And then Tri-State, we were awarded a New Era funding, which is giving us $2.5 billion for Tri-State's clean energy investments. Tri-State is a cooperative, which I think most of you know, and so we serve mostly rural communities, and sometimes that's one house or farm or ranch in a mile of transmission line. So the work we do directly impacts agriculture and our agriculturalists, and this is a big deal for us to keep our rates low and to continue on the path to carbon-free energy, a path that does not change no matter what administration we have at that federal or state level. We are continuing along this path, and it's very important, and we are all 42 of our board members that meet every month are very vested in this plan. So when I hear people wonder what new administrations will do. Fear not, we continue to move forward in our amazing progress. So that's really cool that we have been awarded this through the USDA, and I'm happy to give you more information if you have questions about it. Also, just a shout out to our transmission line folks. I don't know if any of you know linemen, but we just had a power outage in Silverton, and they had to scale over peak to put power back on our line, and I would love to share the picture of them doing that, but my technology is still stuck in the 80s, so we'll see if I can pull that together. But so thanks to linemen out there for doing their jobs and that good work. And that concludes my report. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Brown, does anybody have any questions or comments? Okay, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to thank Mr. Russ Sands for his dedication and service to this agency and for his friendship. And great news to the agency, he wanted me to keep this quiet, but he does plan on volunteering substantially for all technical and water plan updates going forward. Made a firm commitment. I want to make sure that that was recorded.
I think he also wanted to add his efforts to help you all with your PowerPoints and
Correct.
Google Photos. So feel free to contact him about that.
Quick roundtable check-in. We normally meet the fourth Monday, but we met this Monday because of the holiday and hosted the election of officers. So April Long remains our chair, and then our co-vice chairs are Kirsten Caruth, and then Abby Burke stepped up for the first time to be a vice chair, and then Ken Ransford remains our secretary and treasurer, and I think that that goes back to the 1970s prior to Water for the 21st Century Act. I'm joking about that, but seriously, thanks to Ken for all of his service. He's a very dedicated roundtabler, so I'm grateful for that. I have to do my quick wolf check-in, even though I'm in a period of emotional recovery. I do feel it important, and I guess what I'm about to say, I hope that you consider these words at the end of my director's report today. So in September, there was a citizens petition that was submitted to Parks and Wildlife with 26 ag organizations across the state for a public hearing for a delay on further reintroduction until there were 7 points that were requested, and they, in my opinion, all very reasonable points to address about range riders and funding and contracting, carcass removal, those sorts of points to make. That petition there were letters of support from Colorado Counties, Inc., Club 20. In total, there were 63 counties in support of the petition. There have been 2 commission meetings since that petition was sent in, and the commission has still not addressed the petition, with reintroduction coming sometime soon this winter. So with that, I want to move on, but think about it at the end of my report. So now a message of hope. Is that video queued up? If it is, I'm not ready yet. I'm just giving you you got about 1 minute, 2 minutes. So many of you this will bore because you've heard it too many times, but the irrigators of the lands in the vicinity of Kremling, defined by Senate Document 80, Colorado Big Thompson Project, recognized, so basically the 10 miles of river above Kremling and a few miles of the Blue River above Kremling, recognized in 02 and 03 that we had some very substantial challenges. And we really had no idea how to deal with it. Based on those terms, there were some agreements between Reclamation and also with Northern Water about the different pump systems and how things operate. In 2012, the Colorado Basin Roundtable gave the ILVK our first ever grant of any sort, and it was to do an assessment of the Colorado River on what needs were, both addressing our irrigation facilities as well as the health of the river. Immediately following, there's an agreement with Northern that gave a financial kickstart to the ILVK to start addressing some of these problems and working on it. But in 2012, that initial assessment and what was being addressed, there are 8 irrigation diversions that have been repaired. There are 6 new pumps that have been put in place, and there is collectively over 5 miles of river habitat and health that has been addressed. So as of about the middle of last week, everything that was done as a conceptual design in 2012 is now installed in place in the Colorado River. So for 12 years, every landowner, no one has moved or sold, every NGO partner and fiscal agent, every funder, including the Roundtable, the Colorado Water Conservation Board, the NRCS, our engineers, our contractor, everybody did for 12 years what they said they were going to do. And the results of that and the impact to the river literally take my breath away. And when you think about this, well, let's watch the film. I'm thinking about getting into filmmaking after this.
October 14th here at the Ore. October 14th here at the ore pump. That's where the intake is in the pile of stagnant water. And this is where the water is supposed to flow in from the Colorado River. This is my before documentation. So where the erosion over there on river left is occurring, basically a good chunk of this island is going to go over on that bank, reroute the river through the center of this area where the dozer is, and then obviously fill in big rock on the outside to protect whatever's pushed over there as far as material. I wanted to get some more documentation of this, but that is an irrigation intake that is very high and dry, as you can see, which is the point of why this project was planned. November 1st, this is where I was standing in the video before. So that's the pump, that's the backwater that goes. So in the before video, like right there is where the track hoe and the dozer are. I think this will be better video in the morning, but absolutely remarkable what has happened here, and one of the most favorite projects I've ever been a part of. I'll take a bunch more as we go, but kind of a nice balance of, it's all about the pump, but a lot of habitat work and thought went into the different things that we did. So check it out compared to the before video.
About getting to filmmaking. So if you take a look at that as an example for all of the different structures and diversion points in river that we addressed, I think that that's a pretty good point where that really is in particular about the irrigation system. But what's so cool is that the lady whose land I'm standing on, she is one of 2 irrigation diverters out of that pump system that sits there. Yet it was her grandson process that funded that project to happen, primarily benefiting her neighbor. The reason that she continues to own that property, her late husband, Andy, started at one point in time in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, a very famous Orvis-endorsed lodge called Elk Trout Lodge. And as the decline of the health of the Colorado River was occurring, so did the business, and eventually went out of business. And then unfortunately, Andy passed away. But she remains in ownership of that property to fulfill Andy's dream of essentially making the Colorado River what it once was. And when you look at Grand County from the connectivity channel, from the top of the ILVK reach, it's about 18 river miles. The Habitat Restoration Project plus the ILVK alone were well over $6 million into construction, into improvements in the duration that we've been building these projects. There has not been a single failure or point of maintenance of significance that had to be addressed. We're talking over $40 million of investment in a river that was very seriously suffering 2 decades ago. And you look at it today with the different partnerships and projects, and seriously talk about a message of hope. It warms my heart, and with great gratitude to all of the partners that participated with that. Side note, we are short on a monitoring budget for the project. So I've been thinking about ways to fundraise. This is a plan set from the field that has some pretty substantial field changes. Chris Sturm is not allowed to see this. For $10, I will show you and describe to you what was done in the field compared, but it's $10 and it goes directly to monitoring, okay? Okay. More message of hope and also gratitude since it's our November board meeting. My family relocated up to the Kremling area in 2000, and there was a portion of water associated with the ranch that had been severed with a leaseback agreement set to expire in 2013, but there were terms and conditions based on reservoir fills and different levels and other things. And so 2002 and 3 happened, and it's like, oh great, there wasn't a lot of water, and that's physically there wasn't a lot of water. So we were suffering with our contract with Denver, and that water was acquired by Denver because the headgate system sits above Williams Fork Reservoir and was acquired to ensure their substitute reservoir fill over time. And so starting in the early 2000s, my family started having conversations with Denver Water. And to give an example of this, this goes through, in the duration from then to now, 4 different heads of raw water supply in conversations associated with this. I've even seen their engineers on a county road in their underwear because they got so wet they were standing there trying to dry out. I mean, it's been a long run with Denver. But I love it if you step outside here and look on the left side of the wall, the last plaque on the left. Is, I'm going to misquote it, I took a picture, but it's 2011, and it's transitioned to a time of collaboration or cooperation tied to the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement. So through that agreement, which I do want to point out, long before that agreement, my family was operating in very good faith with Denver Water as they were with us on the ditch operations to how we could make it sustainable. So the study objectives for that became Denver Water and Grand County shall have commissioned this study as partial fulfillment of the terms of the CRCA to evaluate various alternatives for future operations of the Big Lake Ditch interests owned by Denver. The water operation plan is intended to reasonably balance the following study objectives as defined in section E13A of Article 3 of the CRCA. They are, number 1, to maintain historic agricultural uses, 2, to maximize environmental benefits, and 3, to substantially preserve the yield of Denver water system, including the Big Lake Ditch rights. So that was the study objective, and the goal longer term was to come to some sort of agreement on a contract or how things would work. But even before the CRCA and then afterwards, ever since then, every year, either annual or 3 years at a time, we would have these different contracts with Denver. And keep in mind that this has been occurring, I think, by most estimates in really the driest 20-year plus history of the Colorado River. And this has been an absolute success for operations of the Big Lake Ditch, in my opinion, Williams Fork Reservoir, in my opinion, the environmental benefits set out. And so it's kind of a cool time, because normally I would thank Denver Water for hosting in the beginning of my director's report, but I want to do it at the end because just this week, my family and Denver Water and Grand County have all completely agreed to terms of this agreement, and we will be moving forward with this into the future. And to me, if you read the terms of that and you think of where we're at, stuntman, this kind of sounds like building the plan. But I cannot give enough credit to Denver Water. And one thing that I want to point out, when you look at the Big Lake Ditch and what this agreement is, it clearly has impacts to my family. But Denver's not the only owner of Big Lake Ditch. There are other water rights associated with it. And so this is a conversation that its impacts would be substantial for the entire Williams Fork Valley. It would be for the entire Reeder Creek Basin. It would be for the entire town of Kremling. It would be for Grand County, which is why they were willing to step up and be, such a part of this in the bigger picture with the CRCA. And then I'm going to take it a step further with that, is that then you look at the ILVK and the projects that were going. The guy that was running the track hoe in that video, he lives up the Williams Fork Valley. Had our project never happened with the Colorado River, and if those ranches couldn't irrigate and all continued to trickle down and fail, would he live there? Would he be there to construct that project? If the Big Lake Ditch wasn't flowing and he was suffering up the Williams Fork, would he want to be there ranching? it's built in a community, and that kind of partnership, with Denver Water that has expressed meaningful impact to the entire Colorado River Basin, and really to me in the state. And so thank you, Director Brody, and to all of Denver Water. You all have no idea how many conversations have been had over this, and how they've all been so peaceful and reasonable to discuss through the issues and to work through them. And there have been moments when we knew it was going to be a very tough year of operation for us, and they had moments where they said, we're taking a lot of risk for you. And that balance of it, I think, has equaled not only a great agreement, but also a great partnership going forward. And that, generally how I feel about these things, it's heavy conversations, Colorado River issues, where do we go and what is this? But to me, in water and all things with this, when you have partnership, trust, and collaboration, and you have the spirit of the try or the spirit of doing and getting it done, there's literally nothing that we can't achieve together. So thank you to Denver Water, and thank you to everybody. But this really is a November message of hope. With that, I'll conclude my report.
Thank you, Director Boucher. Does anybody have questions or comments?
Before we go to break, you will recall yesterday we postponed agenda item 10C in the loan agenda items. We're going to do that right after break, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'll be fine if everybody's concurs. So, okay. Let's do a 10-minute break and be back here at 10:30. Is that okay? All right.
Recording in progress.
Person that wanted to get in the way of Run DMC and walk this way, but here we are. It's Aerosmith and Run DMC, right? Yeah. Yeah. See, Viola knows, man.
What happens when you try to school Director Collins?
That's like we were talking before. Little Nathan Combs went to his prom. He knows. So, okay. All right, we're going to go to, was it 10C? 10C, right quick, and we'll cover that one, so.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
That's really good. Nice. So first off, thank you guys. I appreciate that. And I swear I'm going to bring you a nice clean project one day. This is not that. All right, so good morning. For the record, my name is Joshua Godwin, and this is agenda item 10C, a disaster impact loan request for the Beaver Creek Diversion Restoration Project for the town of Ridgeway in Uray County within the Gunnison Basin. Before I begin, I want to first say this is not a small undertaking, and I want to voice appreciation to our watershed and flood protection group for laying the foundation, as well as DWR staff. You guys are extremely knowledgeable and very responsive, so I really appreciate that as well. Also want to acknowledge a letter that was sent to the board Wednesday evening, and I will address it later, but I want to thank you all for giving us the time to examine it and to respond appropriately. All right, there we go. So the town of Ridgeway is requesting, the town of Ridgeway is requesting an approval for an $8 million loan to cover the cost to rehabilitate and improve the Beaver Creek diversion structure. Since Governor Polis declared this a disaster, we were able to make use of our disaster impact loan, which allows the borrower to receive loan funds at 0% interest for 3 years, with the interest beginning to accrue in the 4th year at the middle income municipal rate of 3.25% for 27 years. This allows the borrower to seek and receive relief aid while continuing with the time-sensitive project and not incurring additional financial burden. The borrower is then able to quickly pay back the loan, at least in part, with the relief aid. A memo dated September 2020 is attached to the end of agenda item 10C in your board packet that details the intent and rationale of what was then called the wildfire impact loan, but we've since started calling it the disaster impact loan to be more encompassing. The town of Ridgeway is in Uray County along the Uncompahgre and is responsible for delivering water to their 1,200 citizens. On the morning of August 12th, this town staff discovered that a significant rain event had destroyed the structure that diverts the majority of the town's water from Beaver Creek, as well as altered the local topography and the path of the creek. And right now here we're looking actually upstream where the creek used to be, and you can now see the creek is actually meandering off to the side. So I'm standing here on a large pile of rock and rubble in the path of what used to be the creek. So September 20th, Executive Order D 2024-014 was issued by Governor Polis declaring a disaster emergency due to flooding in Uray County. The order authorizes the use of up to $4.9 million to support recovery efforts. The order also allowed the CWCB to make the disaster impact loan available to those affected. Here are some more photos. The first photo to the left is actually where I was standing. Again, that was where the creek used to flow. There's about 5-6 feet of rubble now there, and you can also see where the earth had eroded away from the bank, and it's about, I estimate about 8 feet high right there of just bare earth. Second photo is actually looking a little further along towards where the head gate used to be, where that guy is standing. Obviously, you can't see the head gate or diversion structure because it is completely covered with rubble. Here's another couple images. You see this is that slight jutting out piece of concrete. That's where the diversion structure was. Obviously not usable now. And again, the the creek has completely changed location. So what the new diverse structure would have to be taken into account the new topography as well. And you can see also just the last picture off to the side is a pipe that used to cross the creek to help guide spring water that the ditch has rights to across the creek. All right. All right, the town consulted with an engineer to provide a preliminary design to replace and improve upon the previous structure. The proposed design would not reduce flows from how the ditch had historically operated. I bring this up because we received a letter Wednesday evening representing a single water rights owner along the ditch expressing concerns for the proposed design of the new structure. We asked to push back the agenda item so we can investigate these concerns. My findings are such: the new structure is designed for a capacity of 10 CFS, which will provide at least as much flow as the previous structure. State diversion records going back to the 1940s, late 1940s, show that no more than 8 CFS has ever been diverted and has not reached 7 CFS in at least the past 25 years. Furthermore, the town solicited a capital assessment report in 2019 and found that the capacity of the ditch could not be much greater than 5 CFS. And I can't speak to why 32 CFS was decreed for this diversion, but the town taking on the responsibility of repairing the diversion structure is to the benefit of the citizens as well as those who pull water from the ditch. Based on this information, staff would ask that there be no deviation from or conditions placed upon the original recommendation. Talking about the financials now. Regarding the financials, the borrower is requesting approval for a loan up to $8 million. This is a very conservative estimate for the project cost and allows the town enough breathing room to contract through the whole project without the need to scramble for more funds. Furthermore, since writing this memo, the town has received notice that in response to the governor's declaration of disaster, the Colorado Department of Public Safety will be providing the town with 50% match and relief funding to be split with this loan and not to exceed $2 million. Additionally, the NRCS will be providing funds for construction matching 75%, but not to exceed approximately $3 million. The NRCS funds will be held until the construction is complete, and so this loan provides a bridge for the town to move forward to repair, forward with repairs before receiving the grant funds. As I mentioned before, the interest rate for this loan, the first 3 years is 0%, and will be 3.25 for the subsequent 27 years. Last slide, here's the staff recommendation, and I'd be happy to answer your questions. Also, I do believe Preston Neal is on to say a few words. So Preston Neal is the town manager.
Thank you, Josh. Director Felt.
I should know the answer to this, and I think I do, but I just want to confirm that we don't have any sort of penalty or prohibition on early payoff of these loans.
No, we don't have any penalty or prohibition on early payoff. What we don't allow for paying off of principal prior to the completion of the project. But as soon as the project is substantially complete, you can pay off as much principal as you want to.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions or concerns? Director McLeod.
Well, I don't have any concerns, but I will say that I read Fritz Holloman's letter, but Joshua has provided enough information for me to be confident that this is a good project, so I would move approval of the staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, Director Brown. Yeah, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you.
You guys made that way too easy.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it, Josh.
Thank you.
All right. Kirk, I guess over to you. That's your thanks.
Okay, so let me get the clicker. Okay, the next agenda item is 21A, and it's the 2025 Projects Bill. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief, CWCB. And I guess before I get started, I want to remind the board that what we're going to share in this agenda item are the non-reimbursable and Projects Bill grants and the appropriation for the water plan that Anna Moss will step in after the first couple portions of this agenda item. But I wanted to remind the board that there is one loan that the board has approved in prior meetings as it relates to the Park Creek reservoir work, the enlargement work by North Pooter. Back in, actually, let me go back in time, September of 22, this board approved a $6.5 million loan. They ran into some increases, and it pushed it up over the board's $10 million limit for approval. And so in July of 24, just a couple board meetings ago, we requested the board approve up to $9.9 million for that effort, knowing that that we're going to take it to the, or it also included a recommendation to include it in the 2025 projects bill so the legislature can take a look at it and give it a blessing if they decide to. The folks there at North Pooter were prepared to act in the event that the projects bill did not include that. But I just wanted to point out that there will be a loan of $1.2 million. It just does not require a presentation today. I'm sorry, about $13 million for their ultimate needs for that enlargement. I also wanted to point out the loan that we talked about at the Finance Committee for the lower arc as it related to the Xcel Energy water right. That loan was withdrawn, or that request was withdrawn. So we will not include that in this year's projects bill, nor, as I understand, nor a future one. Okay, now into the items as it relates to non-reimbursable and projects bill grants. So on the screen, well, what I wanted to do is for the public listening, to describe the process that this staff and board goes through in order to get our projects into the projects bill. It takes just about 12 months to go through the process from application to funds available. So the outline of, or the timeline that we go through, applications are due in August, 1st of August. Staff processes them and presents them to the board's finance committee for review, recommendation, then to this public presentation for final approval of the board. Then in this meeting, November meeting, the board's actions allow us to include them in the projects bill. And then we always leave an opportunity in January to come back if there is some adjustments that are needed between those two timeframes before we submit them to the project bill sponsor in February or sometime after that. Wanted to point out that the funds available for non-reimbursable investments, and I'm going to make it clear what I talk about when I say non-reimbursable investments. We've kind of rebranded the title. Non-reimbursable investments now are items that are internal to CWCB or state government, and projects bill grants are what we're branding as those outside of state government. So applications come in from both inside and outside, but we kind of distinguish between those two titles. I wanted to point out that when I present to the Finance Committee, we do some calculations. We know how much new money comes in, and our goal is to meet construction inflation. We want our buying power of the loan program to continue to grow with construction cost. And so this is somewhat of a schematic, but it shows how we are intending to grow our fund to match that construction inflation. And I use a 20-year average on construction inflation because it can bounce around a little bit. We're a little bit higher, obviously, this year than we have been in the past, but I try to use an average, trying to match somewhat. On average, our loans get repaid in about 20 years, even though we are out there 30 years with most of the terms. Director felt a lot of our borrowers find ways to pay it off early to get out of debt, and we totally support that. And so we use that 20-year construction average of, right now it's at 3.9%, and we try to hit that target. And what is extra after we receive all of the new money, whether it's from severance tax, federal mineral lease, or the interest earnings, that allows us to make these recommendations for non-reimbursable and project bill grants. And so this slide, I try to simplify this as much as I can, and it still seems like it's crazy complicated, but to walk through this, Each year, or this last year, we received about $35 million in interest from both funds, and that's from Treasury, as the money sits in our Treasury account waiting to go out the door for whatever projects this board has approved and we've contracted for. Federal mineral lease, I use a 10-year average because that seems to have bounced around the last few years. I used to use a steady number. So our 10-year average now is about $11 million from federal mineral lease. Severance tax, I also use a 10-year average because historically that's bounced around. The last couple of years it's been pretty steady at a pretty high revenue rate. And so I use 39.2 million for that 10-year average. So that is new dollars that have come into the perpetual base program. So that's my basis. We've got 84.7 million in new crisp dollar bills that came in last year. So then I remove the operations for CWCB, and it isn't always at 10 million. That's if all our staff was full and we did everything that was budgeted exactly there. That's 11 million. I take that off, and then I also take out the statute auto refresh, agricultural drought program, and WSRF transfer, which we'll talk about in a little bit as well. And Director Sakata, when he was on the board, he was always looking at these obligations, and so I thought I'd lay them out to be a little clearer to the board what that list of items are. So those are in statute. They used to be probably in a projects bill prior, and it was like, well, let's just put them into statute so it's hard-coded and we'll do it year in and year out. So that's what that list is. You heard some presentations about acquisitions, in-stream flow acquisitions yesterday from the Water Trust. I believe those funds are sourced from the second item on the list on the right, that $1 million, and we don't use the full million every year. As the same with several of these. If we don't use it, we don't refresh it. So this is the limit that it gets refreshed to. You can see the list. That agricultural emergency drought response, we actually did use some funds out of that last fiscal year, but we have $1 million available for that, and there's probably a lot more details than I'm able to share on accessing that. It requires a declaration for drought to be utilized. And then that last item is the $3 million that we transfer out of the perpetual base to the WSRF for basin roundtable project funding. And so I take all those up, they're about 6.7 million, and I will put an asterisk next to that. Most of those are refreshes, so we don't use the full 6.7, but I need to budget in case we do, which gives me a little bit of room to move within that. So then the last item is my growth at 3.9%, that I need 40.5 million out of this. So subtract those two out, that leaves me about 26.5 million made available for all of the non-reimbursable and projects bill grants that'll be presented next. So in the, let me see, is that my next? So the next slide, for those that are watching virtually, this is in the board memo. This is the list of items that are in non-reimbursable investment category of this projects bill. And during the finance committee, we present all these, and then we look to the committee to see which items would elevate themselves to a public presentation at this November board meeting. And the only one out of the first 12 that seemed to need some additional attention was item number 12, which is the statewide turf analysis. And I'll have Jenna come up here in a minute after I run through these, the first 11 real quick. But my goal here is that these will be bundled into one motion for recommendation for approval after the item number 12 turf analysis presentation is done. So real quick, the list here for those listening in virtual that are not familiar with the items that we typically fund. Satellite monitoring is a routine item that we fund at about 380, actually at 380,000. I think it's been that way for about 10 years now. And it helps support about 700 satellite stream gauge stations around the state, getting them back up to capacity, or keeping them at capacity, modernized, and that's through DWR's efforts. Floodplain risk management, this is also a routine item in the projects bill. It's been 500,000 for several years. It leverages a significant amount of money through Kevin Houck's section to the tune of about $7 million. So obviously a good use of funds. weather modification permit program. We've been at about $500,000 for that for many years. Andrew Rickert's efforts. This is a routine project and one that the board has supported year in and year out. The next item is the litigation fund, and as a reminder, May each year, the Attorney General's office presents their budget for the upcoming fiscal year, which then becomes a refresh on my part into this in July. And so their budget was about actually it was just under $2 million. And again, that is a budget. A lot of times they are not spending all of that in that year, so there could be a reduction when we refresh that at the 1st of July in 2025, the start of the next fiscal year. Then the next item is the Colorado Mesonet enhancements, and that is through CSU, the COAGMET network of 90 stations statewide, tracking ag weather and Colorado's climate. I was fortunate to visit one of those sites, and I would encourage this board sometime, if there's one near where we're meeting, to see how they do that collection. Those are interesting features around the state that are doing some good work for us. Water Forecasting Partnership, Eric Sky runs this program. The table in the memo indicates about $1.8 million will go to the Airborne Snow Measurement Group, and then another $200,000 for forecasting effort. And the proposed funding categories are listed on the memo. And that's a $2 million recommendation. The Arkansas River DSS project is effort that's been going on for several years. They have a scope of work that laid out years of, or a significant amount of funding, and I think back when they started, we did not have enough to fully fund that DSS effort, and so they've been coming back every so often to take another bite at funding to continue that important effort on the Arkansas River. And then technical assistance for federal cost sharing, that's an effort to assist folks around the state to access federal government funds, and they're requesting to refresh their available funding to $500,000. Obviously an important effort to get as much of that federal money as we can in the state of Colorado to help folks access that. The DSS model enhancement to support the water plan. Board's very familiar with the efforts on the water plan and the funding that it takes, not only that item, but the following item, the technical update and BIP updates of $4.5 million. And you can see in the memo the tasks and scope of work that the folks in the planning section are planning to utilize those funds for over the next several years to update the water plan next go around. Colorado Watershed Restoration Program, this is the work that Chris Sturm in Kevin Houck's section, the flood and watershed section, works on. I did see here, it says the purpose of this, in this instance, is to support capacity, planning, engineering, and implementation of projects designed to protect values at risk from post-wildfire hazards such as debris flow, increased runoff, hillside erosion, flooding, and alluvial hazards. Kevin has indicated that if you have any questions, it is obviously a sizable request at $5 million, but I thought we cleared most of those questions out at the Finance Committee. And then the last item is the item number 12, and it is the statewide turf analysis. And I will have Jenna jump up here and talk through what the plans are for that $1.4 million ask.
All right, thank you, Kirk. Jenna Batson, CWCB staff for the record. I am presenting on agenda item 21A12, which isn't always my favorite palindrome, but today it is. So this staff recommendation of funding for a statewide turf analysis is similar to what I presented at the Finance Committee meeting in September, but we have refined it a little bit to eliminate some uncertainties. We also received questions at that meeting that I will note and address as I go along. So I want to start by noting that after that meeting, we changed the title from GIS turf mapping analysis to statewide turf analysis. because we realized that the previous title was very misleading. This is because the goal is not to produce new maps or imagery of landscapes in Colorado, but to analyze existing imagery to better understand the composition of our urban landscapes in populated areas across Colorado. So we want to be very clear that this assessment will not include new flyovers and mapping efforts, but instead just analysis. So this will really help us understand the amount of turf and non-functional turf, but also tree canopies, shrubs, pools, and impervious surfaces. So understanding that breakdown really gives us this better understanding of where outdoor water is going and what outdoor water is necessary to support our thriving communities across Colorado. Of course, what we can potentially save from conservation efforts, including turf removal and replacement. Okay. Nope, I went too far. There is a delay. Okay. So there is a lot of focus on turf and non-functional turf, and just having this better understanding of outdoor water use would be helpful for state and regional conservation planning. This pie chart shows a typical breakdown of municipal outdoor water use for single-family residential properties. As you can see, there is a much clearer picture of how indoor water is used, but when it comes to outdoor, the details are not typically provided. So this can result in the thought that 100% of outdoor municipal water goes to turf, which doesn't factor in water used for these other purposes, including things like trees, shrubs, gardens, pools, and also other non-vegetative uses. So this can definitely lead to an overinflated understanding of how much water is used on turf and non-functional turf, and by extension of that, how much water can be saved from turf replacement efforts. As CWCB does have water-saving estimates from BBC's exploratory turf analysis that shows up to 20,000 acre-feet of potential water savings from statewide turf replacement efforts. But analyzing the entire state's outdoor municipal water use can help us refine those estimates, as there are definitely some unverified assumptions that were baked into that previous analysis. So in other words, a more refined statewide land cover analysis could really reveal that there's a potential to save more or less water than these previous estimates. So because outdoor municipal use is more elusive and complex, knowing more about where that water goes can help inform the analysis and technical update to the Colorado Water Plan, as well as state and local decision making. So we wanted to share this familiar image, as this is the level of granularity that we get into when we do the tech update. We are looking at water by basin, and we envision the turf analysis results be presented in the same aggregate manner. So this image from the water plan shows the type of aggregate analysis that we want to show for municipal outdoor water use. We can do this for agriculture because we know the irrigated area, but we lack this detail and breakdown for cities. We only have this general understanding of total water use in cities, and this analysis would really provide this clear understanding of outdoor water use across the state and in the basins. I want to address Vice Chair Cloud's question from the Finance Committee meeting regarding tribal land analysis and show how we envision presenting the aggregate numbers. The proposed analysis would be looking at the total square footage and acreage of each land use cover in different land uses. So shown here, these are the classifications that we used. And we definitely acknowledge and respect that this still may be a concern for the tribe. So we think that a tribal land use classification could be added to this list, so there would be no further analysis of land use covers in that area. So to give you an idea of what this can look like, we conducted a single county pilot analysis this year of land covers in just one county, and we were looking at the developed areas, but some land use classifications were excluded, including airports, agricultural zones, and vacant and open spaces. So this means that no additional analysis was conducted in those areas. So we think that in the analysis we're proposing, we could use the jurisdictional boundaries of the tribes as their own land use classification that would not result in any further analysis in that area to still arrive at that aggregate number in the basins. So at the Finance Committee, we were also asked, why would we analyze statewide if not everywhere is developed the same? We received feedback to look at the more populated areas to potentially reduce the cost. So we looked at where the populations are in Colorado and what makes sense in terms of a helpful analysis. So staff looked at these areas that received turf replacement grant funding and also Colorado's covered entities, meaning public or private entities, including municipalities, agencies, and utilities that have a total demand of at least 2,000 acre-feet per year. The counties that included these higher populated areas and covered entities are marked with the white circles with the black outlines. So we found that 29 counties are home to about 95% of the state's population. So we took all of this information, as well as the cost of that pilot turf analysis that CWCB conducted earlier this year, to understand the cost of assessing the state's most populated 29 counties. So the pilot analysis looked at one county with a $50,000 contract. For perspective, if we analyzed all 64 counties for that cost, it would likely be around $3.2 million. Applying the same pilot cost logic to $50,000 per county, if we were to analyze just the 29 counties shown on that previous slide, the cost would be $1,450,000. So based on the pilot turf analysis, we do think that economies of scale will reduce the overall cost and still allow CWCB to analyze the entire state for a comparable cost. For more context, our original request before the September Finance Committee meeting was $1.7 million, which we reduced to 1.4 for still being able to look at a statewide assessment. So given all of this, analyzing 29 counties comprising 95% of all the state's population would be nearly equivalent in cost to analyzing all populated areas across Colorado due to these economies of scale. And based on conversations that CWCB staff has had with various entities that have done similar studies, we believe that this ask of $1.4 million is a responsible cost to produce a helpful analysis of outdoor water use across the populated areas of Colorado. So you might still be wondering, what do we get from this investment? It doesn't directly result in water savings, which is a great question. The recommended analysis would not just check that BBC turf analysis that was estimating up to 20,000 acre-feet water savings from turf replacement efforts statewide, but it would also benefit other initiatives, including water plan agency actions, the tech update, and recent legislation. So first, this effort will support Agency Action 1.1 in the Colorado Water Plan, which calls for CWCB to set benchmarks for water-efficient communities. The guidance in the water plan points to identifying targets for achieving savings through programmatic efforts and integrating and expanding the links between land use and water planning. So understanding outdoor water use across Colorado can help inform and strengthen that assessment. Second, Agency Action 1.8 calls for developing a statewide spatial landscape feasibility assessment for supply and demand drivers. So it calls for this better understanding of how land use and landscapes impact water use. It references recent regional efforts, including the DRCOG turf analysis, just to inform demand estimates based on land use, including irrigated vegetation. So this action emphasizes that statewide landscapes and land use analysis can improve data consistency and help water providers understand current water demands and predict future water demands. So this action also aligns with other CWCB efforts, such as turf replacement grant funding, just to promote municipal water savings. Third, while the amount of turf and other outdoor landscapes ground covers in different regions will most certainly vary, but knowing the acres of the aggregate landscape composition within each basin can help CWCB narrow the varying outdoor water uses across the state, which will help contribute to the tech update and show where we may have more or less potential to conserve water in each basin throughout the state. So tech updates the studies, they don't exclude some regions of the state, they're comprehensive. So we think that this statewide assessment would align with that precedent and provide uniformity and a through line. And then finally, the timing of the assessment would also align with Senate Bill 24005, which calls for the update of local land use codes to prevent the installation of non-functional turf in certain areas. And as Commissioner Mitchell wisely said yesterday, you can't monitor what you can't measure. So this assessment would provide a statewide baseline for the amount of existing turf and non-functional turf to enable the opportunity for future tracking of the impact of that legislation. The ultimate goal is to gain a higher level understanding that will help inform some of our assumptions and scenarios in the water plan and contribute to the tech update, water plan actions, and land use planning. So this assessment will go beyond just understanding the potential water savings from statewide turf replacement efforts. And for these reasons, staff recommends the board approve $1.4 million in funding for a statewide turf analysis investment from the construction fund for inclusion in the 2025 projects bill. Thank you for your consideration. As you know, I am always here for questions, so thank you.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions or follow-up on the presentation? Director Vasquez, please.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for addressing the questions we raised, and this sounds like a much more solid proposal, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Kirk, I think if you want, we want to do all 12 together, right? So, okay. Okay. Director Fell has a question, if that's right, Kirk.
Oh, to.
No, for you.
For you.
Okay. Yes, yes, sir.
I don't know. Maybe you're going to address it, but so you said in the spreadsheet we had 26.5 million for the projects bill, and this is 18 and change. And then are we going over the grants as well before we approve this, or is this staying within the 26.5, or is it going over in that way you often describe where things don't, the actual disbursements don't necessarily happen in a timely way anyway, so sort of a running.
I think what you're doing is you're finding that the amount available, as I described, does not encompass the math on A plus B in the two presentations here. Great question, and so yes, there is. It's crazy that we're working in this environment where plus or minus $1 million exists. It's just crazy, but it kind of falls into just a gray area. I set a target, share with the leadership back in August how much I expect to have available, and it oscillates. It goes up and down. So a lot of times at this point in time, I'm surprised how close we are. Because there is, we start counting the interest late and some other things come in. But bottom line is, I feel totally comfortable that we are going to hit that target. Yes, as I indicated earlier, a lot of our refreshes don't fully expend every year. And so in the end, that list, this is probably way too deep. Can I go back? Yeah, backwards on that. Oops. It was the one that I had my list, the list of dollars. So I wanted to point out the big, one more down. So probably the biggest variation in this list would be in that wild and scenic down to the small feasibility study grants. I will share with this board when I look at kind of an average over the years, and it can change significantly, especially if Rob Veal spends the full $1 million out of that one. But I typically say that of that first 5 there, we probably only spend about half of that every year. We refresh, and so of that 2.7 million, it's usually about $1.5 million. So that's kind of that significant buffer I have. But then there's a lot of other rounding stuff that comes into some of those bigger dollars that I am not concerned about. Matter of fact, I'm elated that it was only $300,000 difference. That's feel good moment. I wanted to, does that answer your question, Director Felt? Happy to go deeper if you want. I wanted to point out, so when staff comes to leadership and says, hey, we need $1.4 million for this turf analysis, of course we look and say, for what? How do you come up with 1.4? And the talents, and Jenna is awesome. She says, well, here's how we got there. And you're kind of expecting, we just kind of rounded it to about this much money, but again, talents on CWCB staff are just phenomenal when you push them and say, what are you doing? And so she obviously rose to the occasion there, and great presentation, doing good work around the state for good cause. I also wanted to point out that she clarified that high school football fields are essential turf. I had her clarify that, okay? All right, with that, If there are no other questions for the entirety of 1 through 12, which, as Director Felt pointed out, is $18.28 million, staff recommends approval of that list for inclusion and recommendation to the sponsors. Obviously, they have the last say on what gets put in there, but that this board would recommend to them that list.
Okay, thank you, Kirk. So we are going to do, accept a motion if there's no other questions or comments for all of the items of 28A approval function. So is there a motion? Director Boucher?
I would move staff recommendation on agenda item 21A.
Thank you. Is there a second? Okay, Director Brody, we'll get you. Any other questions? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Kirk. Move on.
All right, you're going to advance that all the way to 12B. Okay, agenda item 12B, Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. 12B is a continuation of this item number 21, and these are the three applications from, I say outside of CWCB, one of them being Colorado Department of Ag, but these are called Projects Bill Grants and benefited from this public board meeting. Not that our finance committee is not public, but more of our display to the public of what we're planning on doing with some of these funds. And so each one of these three items will get a separate presentation, and they should all be lined up in the PowerPoint. The first one, and same as last, Chairman Combs, I would want to bundle these at the end if you don't mind. If for some reason you choose to do it otherwise because there's something within one of these you want discussion and it changes, you're welcome to, but I was planning on just doing them all at one time at the end, if that works. So the first item that I want to have come up is the Department of Ag and, sorry, get up here. Jeff's going to come up and tee this one up. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah. All right. Jeff Rodriguez, CWCB staff for the record. I am pinch hitting for Nora Flynn today, and just going to mention a couple comments about how CWCB is collaborating with CDA on this work. So this work is really supporting Agency Action 2.10, integrating soil health, water conservation, and adaptive practices that increase economic outputs with less water use. CDA is a strong partner in all of the agency actions under the robust agriculture action area. And this particular action 2.10 is the only one where CDA is listed as the only lead agency. And with this additional CWCB funding, CDA will have greater flexibility to be able to support innovative practices such as intensive grazing, specialty equipment, and supporting peer-to-peer learning opportunities for producers. CDA will also work closely with CSU and other research partners to capture effectiveness of soil health practices and lessons learned. They will create producer guidance on most effective soil health practices that also maintain or increase economic output. All of that will kind of roll up into a final report to meet the intent of the Agency Action 2.10. As the lead agency for this action, the final deliverable will be developed by CDA with strong support and input from CWCB staff as a collaborating agency. The research from this project will also ultimately support other agency actions under the robust agriculture action area, primarily 2.1, 2.2, and 2.9. And I also just wanted to mention that this is a limited time grant funding request focusing on completing this agency action and not ongoing programmatic funding for the soil health program. And with that, I will turn it over to Kristen Boyson from CDA to round this out. Oh, I think I went too far.
Morning, everyone. Kristen Boyson, Colorado Department of Ag, for the record. I'm the Managing Director for CDA's Agricultural Drought and Climate Resilience Office, which oversees our soil health program and our energy program. Shout out to Director Brown and the Tri-State New Era Grant. We also are very excited about that. But today I'm here to talk about soil. Yes, you all have heard about our soil health program many times. The Colorado Soil Health Program has been going on for about 5 years and is currently majority funded by federal grants. CWCB has funded it, and we have some remaining money. And we also have state money and private funding, though primarily it's USDA and an NRCS grant that funds our project. Our request for this Projects Bill grant will expand our soil health program and evolve it based on producer feedback, and like Jeff said, really target that Agency Action 210 to further the water plan. So we're requesting $500,000, like I said, to expand and improve our soil health program. Here are some outcomes that we anticipate from the grant, including new soil health practices on 6,000 additional acres of crop and rangeland, and engaging more than 100 new farmers and ranchers. Again, this really focuses in on Agency Action 210. We really appreciate our collaboration with the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and the water plan kind of guides a lot of our work, especially in the Conservation Services Division where I sit. And we are excited to be the lead agency on this 210 action. So as I mentioned, this funding will help us kind of evolve the soil health program based on producer feedback that we've heard in these first couple years. Our current program has an incentive payment that's a flat per acre payment for producers, along with some technical assistance, access to equipment grants, and capacity for local partners. What we've heard from our now more than 400 producers who are enrolled in the program is that the incentive payment is fine, but what they really like is the technical support and the kind of peer-to-peer learning opportunities. They really like the local capacity, the folks on the ground who can help them and their neighbors with their soil health practices. So we'll use this funding to create competitive grants that can fund things that our federal funding can't fund. So that's one, focus on this peer-to-peer learning opportunities, that's field days, that's demonstration projects, that's encouraging a collaborative learning environment for producers to learn from each other. They're their best messengers. And two, allow for innovative practices, like Jeff mentioned, that aren't currently very possible with our federal funding. Because it's NRCS, we're limited to extensive, though exhaustive list of NRCS practices, and there's a lot of people out there who want to do cool new things. That's increased fencing for rotational grazing, that's adding compost tea as a soil amendment, the list goes on, but we want to use kind of more flexible state funding to help these innovative practices, and then understand what the impact is of those practices. I'll be short here because I think we're driving it home. Water plan's super important. This Agency Action 210 to integrate soil health, water conservation, and adaptive practices on the ground to help Colorado's working lands while also maintaining farm output and their business economic standing is very important. And at the end of this grant, we will have that report of best practices and recommendations for our producers to both manage their soil health and water, and also maintain their farm economics. I will note we're going to work very closely with CSU, which we're currently doing right now, and CWCB has done, to really focus in on this water-soil nexus. CSU has funding both from CDA and CWCB to do this, and we'll be sure with this grant we integrate their findings into our report. Very briefly, here's some activities that we have lined out for this grant, and I've worked closely with Jeff and Nora and Kat to refine this grant, so thank you guys for your support. Most of the effort will be here in Activity 1, our sub-grant management, and also Activity 3, like I said, the monitoring and measurement of what's the impact of these practices, how does it impact the water holding capacity of the soil, and the soil chemistry will be very important, and that will the report will kind of come out of these findings. So that's very brief. I appreciate the Finance Committee and this board for hearing us out, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Kristen. Does anybody have any questions, or Director Boucher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked this before, Kristen. Is there any update to replacement from CSU of Dr. Bremer?
No update.
So it doesn't change this program or my opinion of it. I mean, I was kind of laughing looking at my computer. I mean, it all kind of starts there. But I still think that the nexus here of forage type, along with what's going on with soil. So while I have full faith with CSU and what they're monitoring regarding the moisture in the water application, I still think it would be great for anybody possible, and maybe as an agency, to push CSU on replacement of Dr. Bremer, because I think that the forage type is critical for meeting that intersection. Thanks.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Director.
Thank you, Director Boucher. Director Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Kristen. Phenomenally important work. My observation experience around particularly soil health related to cover crops is it always doesn't lead, in my observation, to less water use. Are you thinking about how to tell that story in a way that might be shocking to some?
I appreciate that comment, and yes, certainly. And I think, cover crops, one of a couple different practices. But yeah, there is kind of this, there's often a trade-off between soil organic matter and water use. Like, you have more plants, likely those plants are using water, and there's less water moving downstream. So yes, that will certainly be part of our final report. We haven't created any current messaging around it, though.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you, Kristen.
Thanks so much.
Oh.
We got strict instructions to move this along from Kirk. So, Kara Shield, this is 21B2, the City of Steamboat's application for the Yampa River Walton Creek Confluence Restoration Project. CWCB has been a long supporter of this project since its inception, both through our funding through the Species Conservation Trust Fund, as well as our participation in the Upper Colorado Recovery Program. Because of the elimination of the pike spawning habitat, which remains to be one of the biggest barriers to recovery of both the native fish and the threatened and endangered fish in the Yampa River. The city has pulled together a broad-reaching stakeholder group and has become a much-needed champion to get this project to the finish line, and they are now seeking funding for final design and construction of the project. So online we have Julie Baxter with the City of Steamboat, who is the water resource manager there. In the room we also have Billy Atkinson with CPW, an aquatic biologist that has been involved in this project since the beginning, to give some comment. But I will turn it over to Julie first.
Thank you, Kara. And Kara, are you driving the slides for me, or?
I think Anna is in the room,
Okay,
so.
great, thank you. All right, great. Well, thank you all for having me back again to present on the Yampa River Walton Creek Confluence Restoration Project. Some of you have heard this presentation a few times before, and you will know it by heart after this morning. So next slide. So the project area here is located on the south side of Steamboat Springs as you drive in over Rabbit Ears Pass. So it is along Highway 40 and the Yampa River Core Trail at the confluence with Walton Creek. And the city owns these parcels. They were acquired in the 90s and preserved as open space. And there are conservation easements held by CPW or the Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust on the different parcels. And next slide. The river in this area is very altered from natural conditions. You can see on these aerial imagery from the earlier removal of riparian forests for agriculture, construction of the railroads, gravel mining in the 70s, 80s, which channelized the river, rerouted Walton Creek. It created these gravel ponds, and there are berms in place preventing connection with the Williams Preserve. But it was really gravel mining in particular, which resulted in shallow ponds and backwater areas at the confluence, which have become ideal spawning habitat for northern pike. Next slide. This is a non-native, very aggressive, predaceous species that competes with habitat and resources with our sport trout fishery and native and endangered species. Our aquatic biologist is part of our consultant team called this area Pike Factory. It's believed to be a significant source of northern pike spawning and recruitment, which contributes to increased predation throughout the Yampa River system, down through the confluence with the Green and Dinosaur National Monument. Pike is one of 3 non-native fish. It's the biggest obstacle to the recovery of rare native fish in the Colorado River system. So reducing the spawning habitat is a core driver of this project. It's long been a goal, as Kara mentioned, of CPW and the recovery program. But along with that objective, these contiguous open space lands in this area offer a really unique opportunity for large-scale ecological restoration. So next slide. So our other goals of the project include restoring some of the natural functions that have been degraded over time, improve floodplain connectivity, restore the wetlands and riparian areas, and go on to the next slide. These couple pictures are from the flooding during runoff in May 2023. And so while these kinds of improvements have intrinsic value and ecosystem value, they also have very practical value for the community in improving our resiliency to flooding and droughts and wildfire, and improving water quality and water temperatures. Because if you go to the next slide, just downstream of this is downtown, and where the river is channelized and hardened, hemmed in by the railroad and disconnected from the floodplain. And so it doesn't have a lot of resiliency in this area. So the upstream confluence, open space areas are really the true meaning of green infrastructure in helping to provide flood mitigation to downtown. So if you go to the next slide, we have the 10 kind of key objectives of this project that were identified by the stakeholders. And so you'll see, along with the ecological objectives, we also have infrastructure protection. The Steamboat Ski Resort has their intake structure for snowmaking in this area. There's also a boat access that'll be improved. So it's truly multi-beneficial. And that also makes this project very challenging, because some of these objectives are competing. And one of the trickiest balancing acts here is to improve the river's ability to connect and inundate with its floodplain without creating shallow water and vegetated areas that create more spawning habitat for pike. So that's been a key part of our 60% design plan, which we completed in July. And go to the next slide. We did this through a multidisciplinary approach to our consultant team and to our advisory committee. We had aquatic biologists, ecologists, hydrologists, engineers. We put a real emphasis on the stakeholder process. And in addition, CPW staff were part of a smaller technical team that met 7 times over the 60% phase to review and guide the analysis. And so there's very technical, sort of rigorous modeling of the system, detailed hydraulic modeling, and we won't get into the technical pieces, but if you go ahead to the next slide. But the short version is that the 60% design was focused on comparing existing conditions and to models of proposed conditions under different treatment alternatives to understand the impacts to suitable pike spawning habitat, and then to floodplain connection at both high and low flow. So go on to the next slide. This just kind of shows you the type of analysis that we were doing to understand how different treatment types would affect floodplain connectivity and spawning habitat. And so if you go on to the next slide, the key parts of the 60% design that we want to move forward with in the final design involve filling in those shallow ponds that left from mining to reduce the pike spawning habitat, as well as the really And a big move in this project that we hadn't anticipated before the analysis is realigning Walton Creek closer to its historic confluence. It had been rerouted from back in the 70s. We get it closer to its historic confluence with Yampa. That helps to lower the elevation and reduces the backwatering effect. And these are the actions that get us the model to estimating an 86% reduction in pike spawning habitat during the primary spawning time frame. And I wish you could have seen the looks on the fish folks' faces in the meeting when we presented some of the numbers of the kind of reduction we could see in the pike spawning habitat. In addition to that, the other channel treatments are here to connect the floodplain and restore the natural functions in moving water and sediment. And if you go on to the next slide, these types of channel repairs will help us reconnect the river to the Williams Preserve that you see in this picture. This is where we can we have a tremendous opportunity for wetlands restoration on city-owned land. And in addition, we can maintain agricultural hay production on the higher terraces while restoring the areas that you see in green. This is 71 acres of riparian and wetland habitat. We'd have to do this in a few phases just because of the sheer magnitude of the revegetation involved. If you go to the next slide. So we're seeking funding for our final phase of the project, which encompasses final design, permitting, and construction, and an adaptive management plan. We have funding committed from the city and from the Species Conservation Trust Fund. Our fundraising strategy, Plan A, is to seek funding through this application, as well as through the Bureau of Reclamation's B2E ecosystem restoration that is due tomorrow. And the 7.9 million total for the project includes escalation and 30% contingency costs. And then we would estimate if Plan A fundraising works, then we will be in construction in 2027 and 2028. And as Kara mentioned, the CWCB does have a history with this project. Steamboat was awarded a watershed restoration grant to develop a stream management plan in 2017 for the Yampa. It was one of the first completed in the state, and the confluence area and the Williams Preserve were identified as high priority restoration opportunities in that plan. The conceptual design that was developed by stakeholders was through an award from the Healthy Rivers Fund in 2021. And then the Species Conservation Trust Fund helped to match CPW and city funding for the 60% design. So the CWCB and the water plan have been supporters and collaborators every step of the way on this one. If you go to the next slide. So just to sum up, although this isn't a statewide project, I believe it has statewide significance. We want to put this pike factory out of business and help give our native and endangered fish throughout the river system a better chance. We have an unprecedented opportunity here within the state for large-scale ecological restoration on one of our big main stem rivers where we still have intact floodplain to work with. And it's at the gateway to Steamboat, where we get visitors from all over the state and country and world. So it's a highly visible area. And this type of restoration approach that we're taking will build resiliency in the system to the impacts of climate change and drought, which is critical for water quality, water quantity, and disaster resilience. And lastly, we have a real emphasis on adaptive management planning as part of this project. There's opportunities for learning regarding invasive species management, restoration science, the coexistence of agriculture and restoration on a parcel, for restoration within a semi-urbanized setting. So the community of Steamboat and our elected officials were very excited about this project. In the competing pressures and priorities of municipal government, this normally wouldn't be a project we would take on. It's the federal and state support that we received and that has led the city to dedicate a lot of staff resources, as well as funding, in the recognition of the greater importance of this project and the opportunity it provides for the Amber system as a whole. So on behalf of the city, and our larger project team, thank you for the time on your agenda today and considering this request.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Bill Atkinson, aquatic biologist, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. This is making everything real easy following a presentation that great presentation that she just did. Just a little bit of history here, the involvement, CPW's involvement, as well as the recovery program, prior to where we are at this stage. Back in the early 2000s, 2003, we began collaborating with the recovery program, Fish and Wildlife Service, on looking at sources of northern pike throughout the entire basin. A lot of work, the initial work was focused on Hayden downstream and Craig in the critical habitat reach. We began tagging pike up in 2003 in Lake Catamount, and then 2004 and 2005, we collaborated with the Fish and Wildlife Service on an electrofishing study going from Catamount Reservoir Dam down to Hayden. And through all these efforts, it became evident that the headwaters of the Yampa Basin was there were several sources of northern pike, and all age classes, a lot of the smaller pike that we were identifying coming from these upper headwater areas. So in 2008 or so, we began quite a few projects on the Chuck Lewis State Wildlife Area just south of Steamboat, eliminating identified pike backwater habitats. So with these efforts, Walton Creek, we found, obviously identified that as a significant source. 2014, we initiated this project, bringing this project to the attention of different people with the recovery program. The recovery program funded a feasibility study, $30,000 feasibility study, and initial conceptual design that we did in 2015. At that time, the Ski Corps pump facility didn't get a lot of traction, that initial concept, because of a siphon that was proposed to deliver water to their existing pump facility at that time. As she alluded to, the 2018 study and the other studies, that wetlands assessments that the city was involved with, brought this to to greater attention. And also Ski Corps at that point, because they were having difficulty getting water to their pump house facility because of the sediment in this area, inability of the river to pass sediment through this section, they would have to dredge the river repeatedly. So they decided time to relocate their pump house facility, which then, along with the studies and everybody's involvement, all the collaborators now was able to bring this back to the forefront, which is where we were. CPW was heavily involved, as she alluded to, in the modeling and the consultant selection process, design process along the way, and we, along with the recovery program. And so as she pointed out, the Keystone Project is a great opportunity in the future. Our initial, obviously, interest was focusing on the pike habitat. Certainly a significant source. But we anticipate, we have that conservation easement on the property, so we anticipate involvement in this process through completion coming to fruition. And we are fully supportive. She alluded to, we contributed towards the 60% design, and so we anticipate involvement along the way here. And the fact, this Keystone Project that she talked about, the educational opportunities down the road, the fact that it's just adjacent to the ski area is really unique in the state. And so a lot of good opportunity there.
All right, thank you.
Any questions?
Director Boucher.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First of all, thanks for being here, Bill. I'm a big fan of this project. Can you give some kind of idea of estimate of, percentage of pike population within that Walton Creek area, and then relatively also like from Catamount to Hayden, like what are we talking about as total population of fish roughly? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Numbers wise, we had, well, historic versus current, because I have removed, in 2007, I initiated intense northern pike removal work in Lake Catamount itself because of the impact downstream. So prior to that, you know, in these recruitment areas, we would have, when we did assessments on juveniles in these backwaters, we had several hundred of them in just these areas, these backwater pockets, because they will move in and out, and they recruit, and then higher water will push them downstream. Water temperatures will push them down. They'll move, so it's difficult, you know. But we had, you know, a few thousand per mile back then. I've removed without, you know, over 65, close to 70,000 pike out of Lake Catamount. But that also is, you know, it's a lot, but it also is annual recruitment, and a lot of that's, you know, that's big, and that has had probably the single most significant management activity to date, along with a lot of the habitat work we've done at Chuck Lewis State Wildlife Area, eliminating backwaters there, and the conversion of that now to a very high-use trout fishery has been evident. Same down to Hayden Reach, you know, the pike removals down there. So this section remains, as you said, not just spawning recruitment, but adult habitat. There's certainly, this is where people go to if they want to try and catch pike in this backwater. It's a multi-life stage habitat. But the numbers, we have been able to drop the numbers through habitat modifications. And currently, though, we still see, you know, numbers of pike coming out of here. So,
thank you.
You bet.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any other questions for either Kara, Julie, or Bill? Okay, thank you. Thank you. We're doing them all in bulk.
Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. I want to introduce our next item, Deb Daniel, General Manager of the Republican River Water Conservancy District. Deb's been working on this effort to get the Republican Basin under compliance with the state compact, and this $6 million request and recommendation from staff will go a long ways to help them satisfy the requirement there, or the deadline that they're under. So Deb, I'll have you come up, and I've got some handouts that Deb brought that I will provide the board.
Thank you, Kirk. I appreciate this opportunity to stand before you today. I see a lot of friendly faces that I recognize and a few new ones. As Kirk said, I am the General Manager of the Republican River Water Conservation District. I've been in this position since middle of 2011, and I appreciate all of the times that we've been able to work together with CWCB. So today we're going to be talking about the retirement of irrigated acres in the South Fork Focus Zone area of the Republican River Basin. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to be looking at a little bit of an overview of our district, our program funding, how we're finalizing the retirement of acres in that South Fork zone, the importance of our work, and we're going to be doing a summary and asking for support. Next slide. So here you can see a map of the Republican River District boundary and our basin. The yellow shaded, or the blue shaded area is the South Fork Focus Zone that we're talking about. The district was created in 2004 by our state legislature, and it's to help assist the state of Colorado in complying with the Republican River Compact. Our offices are in Ray. We have several different counties, as you can see, that are included in my basin. We're dedicated to ensuring compact compliance and working along with our local farmers and our state in keeping in compliance. In 1935, there was a devastating flood in our basin, and I have family who died that day. I was named after my great-grandmother, Frances, my great-uncle, Bud, my great-aunt, Myrna, and my great-uncle, Elvin, were all killed in that flood. They drowned in the muddy waters of the Republican River, along with other grandparents, other parents, are their children. And so that area decided that we would have to go to the federal government for some support because everybody was poor. In 1935, there was no extra funds to provide flood control. So they went to this federal government and asked for reservoirs to provide the flood control that they needed. So the federal government agreed in 1942, as long as the 3 states comply with a compact on how they're going to administer the waters. And so that's when the Republican River Compact was signed into existence. And the 3 states had to work together to keep in compliance. In 2016, the 3 states came together and signed a resolution that would allow Colorado to receive 100% credit for the pipeline that we came to your board for support. Your board, thank you very much, supported us to the tune of a $60 million grant that we're still continuing to pay to build and provide the water for a compact compliance pipeline. In 2016, we got 100% credit for that, as long as we can retire 25,000 acres in that blue shaded area before the end of 2029. Next slide, please. So the Republican River District collects funds on the water use fee for every irrigated acre inside of our boundary. In 2021, my board decided we're not getting enough acres retired. We're going to have to start offering more funds. They took it upon themselves, irrigators that serve on my board, to double what they are paying for the water use fee to try and get more funds in to get those acres retired. And in 2022, the Republican River District, grateful to our state legislature, was able to receive ARPA funds through Senate Bill 22-028. In that bill, we were to receive $30 million to help assist us with the retirement of acres in that South Fork focus zone. We were able to retire an additional 13,633 to bring us to a total right now in that area of over 17,000 acres. We had to have our first 10,000 acres retired by the end of this year. So we're ahead of the game, and a huge part of that is because my board took it upon themselves to increase what they're paying, and we were blessed with the ARPA funds that help us get it to a level to where people were signing up their acres. We also are very grateful to our state because in Kansas deferred a $2 million to Colorado in as part of the agreements reached during a restitution process due to Colorado's noncompliance with the compact between 2023 and 2013. And so CWCB decided to provide those $2 million to the Republican River District area for the incentivizing additional acres to be retired. That has been great to help support me, because when I'm talking to producers, I can tell you, this is how much you're going to receive from the federal agency, this is what you'll receive from the Republican River District, and if you sign your contract and one of the first 20,000 acres to be retired, you'll get an extra $200 per acre from our state. And a lot of the times, that's what will get them to say, let's do this, where do I sign? So you can see also the program rates that where we were and where we'd like to be back to on this slide. You can see that the CWCB grant is in the lighter green. The darker green is the CWCB incentive that you're providing for us now. The Republican River is the dark blue shaded area. And then the federal agency, the dollars that we receive for these different programs is in the lighter blue shade there. So you can see how much the Republican River District has contributed of our own funds towards retirement of acres in the South Fork, or in our basin. Next slide, please. Here is a timeline of how our acres have been permanently retired. In our basin, unlike other states, unlike other areas, when you retire through a conservation program, it's a permanent retirement of your water right. This is not something that's temporary as it is in other states. So you can see here that we were successful in 2017, 18, 19, 21 But in '22 is when we started really seeing the momentum start to increase. That's because that's when, at the end of that year, that we finally were able to have access to those ARPA funds, and then see how we did in '23. And in 2024, all of those funds were encumbered by July of 2024. And so you can see that the additional funding that we received really helped to spur on our momentum. Next slide, please. So we are asking today for a $6 million loan or grant that would help us get those last 8,000 acres. If you work with CWCB and you work with your financial chief, you have to have football in here somewhere. So, and I've known Kirk for several years, and part of our connection is my brother is also a high school referee, or he's retired. He's a little older than our friend Kirk, but have to have football in here somewhere. And so this is how you can see in 2025, we are hoping to retire with this additional funding up to 5,000 acres. I think that's at this time, now that we're past the election, now that we are hearing that we're probably not going to be getting a farm bill, this is pretty lofty. But we're going to strive to try and get as many acres as we can with all the things that we have handed to us this year. And I'm really thinking that if we can get these dollars, that by 2027, we will have hit our goal, and that we will still have some time to spare from 2029 and have our 25,000 acres retired. Next slide, please. So our strength is that we're ahead of schedule. We're over 17,000 acres retired in that area. Our problem is we just don't have enough funding now to get that momentum back up and going. Our opportunity is coming before you today for the $6 million grant that we're asking for. And the threat is very real. If we are not successful in retiring these 25,000 acres in this area before the end of 2029, it's very possible that our state engineer will have to declare that we are Colorado's out of compliance. And if that happens, he will curtail every irrigation well, large capacity water right in our basin. And that's huge to us, but trust me, it's huge to our state also. Within my basin, there are 8 counties, and 6 of them are within the top 10 every year in commodities that we produce in our area. Yuma County is number 1 with Weld County in corn production, cattle production. Kit Carson County is number 1 along with Phillips County in wheat production. Taking the irrigated water away from us is going to be devastating to all of us. Next slide, please. So the impact to our local communities, we cannot talk about irrigated agriculture without recognizing the effect on our communities, because it is our lifeblood. And continued agriculture will bolster our local communities. I live near Burlington, and a lot of our wells in my area are going down. And I'm hoping that my area will have the time with the additional funds to continue irrigating for as long and adapt to dry land farming in my area. But in the rest, some of those areas of my basin, that's not going to be a possibility. We've got to sustain our aquifer. We all recognize that that's a huge battle that we've got to pursue, but we know that with irrigated agriculture, we can sustain our economies. But the challenges are that without it, with the loss of irrigation, that our communities will not survive. Next slide, please. So the most important things I need for you to keep in mind is we need a $6 million grant to help us get the last 8,000 acres retired, and we want this done long before 2029, but that is our deadline, December 31st of that year. This is a permanent retirement. That's not an easy thing. It's a very personal decision to give up your permit that grandpa got, that you drilled, but this is something that we have to abide by. And it's a two-edged sword for me because we receive our funding from irrigated acres. But we have to dry up irrigated acres to stay in compliance. So it's a struggle, and you've been very helpful all along the way. Next slide, please. So with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation on behalf of my basin and my board. Thank you for all of your support, and are there any questions?
Any questions for Deb? Okay, thank you, appreciate it, very well done.
So Deb, when we get that all retired, I'm envisioning an end zone dance at that goal line, so we have to put that on the calendar. Great presentation. Chairman Combs, that concludes the list. A total of $8.5 million in projects bill grants with a recommendation from staff to approve them all together with one motion unless you choose otherwise.
I think we'll just keep them together, and if there's no other questions, which I don't think there is, let's entertain a motion for agenda item 21B on staff's recommendation. Director Boucher?
I would move approval of staff recommendation on agenda item 21B.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Director Brown is a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman,
Okay.
and thank you to the presentations as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Anna Moss, CWCB Deputy Director. I've got agenda item 21C. This one I think is a pretty easy one for you all. This is the appropriation of the funds that sit in the Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund to be appropriated in the projects bill next year to give the spending authority so we can use that for grants. And so just as a reminder of how that works, the Department of Revenue collects sports betting taxes during a fiscal year. After that fiscal year closes, they transfer the funds to the CWCB, and then we need to still appropriate that in the projects bill so we can use it in that following fiscal year. And so in September, we were fortunate to receive $26.8 million. And then thanks to the passing of Proposition JJ, we're expecting an additional $1.4 million. So that was higher than I expected when we went to you at Finance Committee. And then we have a really incredibly talented budget and accounting team behind the scenes that you all don't see very often. So Sarah Chapa and Deb Bracey on our team helped analyze the interest revenue, other funds that were still available that we hadn't capitalized on in previous years. So with that, the total recommendation is $29.2 million to include in the projects bill for next year. And I'll take questions if you have any.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Anna? All right. I'd entertain a motion for 21C.
So moved.
Okay, we have a second by Director Felt. All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Kirk.
Chairman Combs, Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. This next item, I'm hoping only takes about 30 seconds, but I'm happy to entertain any questions. This is an item number 22 that is an annual. We memorialize it in this board meeting. We have talked about putting it on the consent agenda item, or consent agenda, but at $3 million, it just seems to need attention a little bit more than the consent. But it is a request from this board to transfer $3 million, as we do annually, from the Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund to the Water Supply Reserve Fund for Basin Roundtable project funding. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, does anybody want to speak out against roundtables? I didn't think so. Okay. Just joking. If anybody has any questions or comments, please. All right, good.
I'll make a motion that we approve staff recommendation for 22.
Okay.
Agenda item 22.
So we have a motion. Is there a second? Director Boucher, sorry. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Kurt. Thank you. Okay, Nate. Well, there you are.
All right, good afternoon, noon, I don't know, good morning. Thank you for letting me present to you all today. I appreciate it. I'm here to give you an overview of sort of the broad state budget picture and how that has informed some of the proposals in the governor's budget requests that impact some of CWCB's water funds. And so it's a nuanced request package. It's pretty difficult to understand, so it's my hope that this presentation lays out in as clear of terms as possible what all the moving pieces are, and I'll be happy to answer questions towards the end. Next slide, please. So just setting the stage, obviously Colorado's economy is strong, but the state's Tabor limit is informed by two main factors: one, population growth, and two, inflation. And so as inflation has eased, which is great for all of us in our wallets, it's created less growth in the state's Tabor budget than we've had over the past few years. And so that's created less room for new spending. Couple that with really high caseload mandatory expenditures in the budget, like Medicaid and education, and it's created a shortfall in the state budget despite really good economic conditions. And the next slide lays out, hopefully not too overwhelmingly, that dynamic. And so the dark sort of bolded line in the middle there is, a balanced budget, which is what the state is constitutionally required to achieve. On the far right, on the far left in blue, is the new general fund space in the state budget based on that inflation population growth metric I mentioned. And so that $391 million of new space under the budget is actually pretty small when you compare it to the last few years. All of these yellow bars are mandatory expenditures that need to fit into this new state budget. And so when you add $600 million in caseload to IT and capital, common policies, operating expenses, and our state reserve, we've ended up with this roughly $640 million hole that needed to be filled in the budget. And so throughout the summer and fall, the governor's office worked with state agencies to fill that hole. And as I think you all are aware at this point, some of CWCB's water funds are involved in those moving pieces to fill that hole. And I'll explain just how in a moment. Next slide, please. So first, there are a couple great items in the budget, which you've already heard from over the last 2 days, so I won't belabor those, but an FTE for water plan technical update, and then sort of a right sizing of DWR's water commissioner payments. There are also sort of two challenging proposals in the budget as it relates to water. There are listed here at the bottom here the two specific proposals that implicate CWCB's water funds. First, the operational fund restructuring request, and then second, a transfer of interest income revenue to the general fund. Both of these will move money from CWCB water funds, or money that would have ended up in CWCB water funds, to the state general fund to help balance the budget. Next slide, please. And again, these are just a brief overview of the positions I talked about, but since you've heard about those throughout the week, I will skip this slide. So next slide, please. Okay, so just setting the stage, a brief overview of the state's severance tax system. So revenue from severance tax, levied primarily on oil and gas, but also coal, minerals, flows to the state, gets split 50% to the Department of Local Affairs and 50% to DNR. We're going to focus on the DNR side of this, so the left-hand side. Of DNR's 50%, it's split again, half to the CWCB Perpetual Base Fund and half to the Severance Tax Operational Fund. And so you're all well acquainted with what the Perpetual Base Fund does, but the Operational Fund funds a lot of programs across the DNR, from Energy and Carbon Management Commission to Reclamation and Mining Safety, Avalanche Information Center, the Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program. So just for that context. There are, as I mentioned, the two proposals there sort of implicate both of these DNR cash funds in different ways, and I'll explain how. Next slide, please. This slide is maybe a little overwhelming, but I'll explain what's going on here. So The yellow box here sort of represents the world of CWCB cash funds. And so you see the really big blue circles are the CWCB Construction Fund, the Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund, the Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund. You can then see attached to sort of a couple of those are smaller sub-funds like the Litigation Fund, like the Water Supply Reserve Fund. And so this really shows the full world of CWCB cash funds. And then off to the right, you can see the Severance Tax Operational Fund, which only a portion of that is blue. And so I'll get into this, but CWCB does receive a small appropriation from that operational fund, in addition to all these other cash funds that CWCB works with. And there will be, as I go through these slides, each of these big circles here, each of these big cash funds is implicated in some way or another in these proposals. And so hopefully by the end of this, we'll be clear on how that is. Next slide, please. So starting with the operational fund restructuring, as I mentioned, the operational fund supports this long list of programs across the DNR, critical programs across the state, and some of the most important funding we have. When all of these needs are met, there's a spillover that diverts extra revenue to the perpetual base fund. So in addition to the 25% we talked about, the 25% of total severance tax revenue on the first slide that goes to the perpetual base fund, it also receives spillover revenue from the operational fund when revenue is sufficient to do that. It's also really important to note that all of these programs listed here have a cash reserve sitting on hand to help weather the ups and downs of severance tax. And so take the Colorado Avalanche Information Center as an example on the top there. They spend about $1 million a year from the severance tax operational fund, but they have a 200% reserve sitting in the fund to help cover years where revenue is not sufficient. And so that element is actually really key for why it's attractive to look at the operational fund to help balance the budget, because there's this huge 200% reserve sitting there for each of these appropriations. And again, when all of these programs are fully funded and that reserve is fully funded, funds spill over to the perpetual base fund. And for the next few years, there is expected to be enough revenue for those funds to spill over. Next slide, please. And so the operational fund proposal does a couple of things. First, it moves all of these appropriations that you see listed here from the operational fund to the general fund. In doing so, it allows our state budget office to keep these programs fully funded, but sweep the reserve into the general fund. And so none of these programs will actually see a reduction in appropriation, but there is a net gain to the state general fund by sweeping that reserve into the general fund. I'll also note at the bottom here, there was that little sliver of blue on the operational fund and that really overwhelming slide with all the circles. That's CWCB's operational fund appropriation of $1.3 million will be shifted to the construction fund. So not the general fund, but the construction fund. And so that's a new $1.3 million obligation for the construction fund that has been historically covered by the operational fund. Next slide, please. So in addition to moving all of those programs to the general fund and sort of reaping that 200% reserve, the proposal will also take spillover revenue that would have gone from the operational fund to the perpetual base fund and diverts it to the general fund. And so you can see here for the next 3 years, there will be transfers that would have ended up in the perpetual base fund going to the general fund. First, 11 million in fiscal year 25, 16 million in fiscal year 26, and 12.6 in fiscal year 27. So that's not money that CWCB has ever really counted on. That's not been baked into, Kirk's projections of what's available for you to spend. It can be considered, upside revenue potential for the CWCB. But again, under this proposal will be swept to the general fund. Next slide, please. I'll also note that this proposal, in order to try to mitigate those impacts to the perpetual base fund, it actually adjusts that baseline distribution formula for severance tax for a few years. And so as I noted before, Right now, that severance tax distribution formula is 25% to perpetual base, 25% to operational fund. It will up the amount that is being diverted to the perpetual base fund by 2% for the next few years. So I think important to note that that's a mitigating factor in this proposal that will result in more baseline revenue to CWCB to balance the impacts of sort of less spillover revenue, making it to the perpetual base fund. So I can tell your eyes are already glazing over because it's really complex, but that's okay. And I will answer questions at the end here. So this is, I think, what's important to understand for the operational fund proposal. Again, this is one distinct proposal. I'll now move on to the second, which is a statewide interest proposal. So next slide, please. So part of the state's Tabor problem is that cash fund revenue across the state has generally been growing, that cash fund interest revenue has generally been growing faster than the Tabor cap. And so state cash funds, I think, are earning about 2.5% on Treasury interest earnings right now, but the state's Tabor cap is only growing by, I think, 1.5%. So that is creating more upward pressure on the state's Tabor cap. So the governor's office has put forward this proposal that, again, statewide will sweep certain Treasury interest to the general fund. Again, that is considered sort of Treasury interest above and beyond what the state's Tabor limit can handle. It will also cap future Treasury interest revenue at 1.5%. And so whereas you could imagine CWCB's construction fund currently earning 2.5%, for the next few years, it would, or I think indefinitely, would only earn 1.5%. And anything above that would be diverted to the general fund. So again, complex. It impacts each of CWCB's cash funds differently for a number of factors. I'll explain those on the next slide, please. So there are exemptions from these transfer proposals as well. So first, and I think this is really key for CWCB, interest earned from loan repayments is exempt from any of these sweeps. So we're only talking about Treasury interest earned while this money is in the bank. Also, Tabor exempt revenue will not be subject to the sweeps. And so Proposition DD revenue for the Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund is exempt from these interest sweeps because it is Tabor exempt. From the cap, so the ongoing cap on interest revenue, funds that are continuously appropriated will be exempt from that cap. And so the Water Supply Reserve Fund is continuously appropriated, and so it is exempted from that cap. And I'll talk about all of these on the next slide. And similarly on the cap, Tabor exempt revenue like that from Proposition DD is exempt. Next slide, please. So these are the 5 main CWCB cash funds that I want to cover here. And each column here is sort of one of the 2 interest sweep proposals. So there's one-time sweeps and the ongoing cap. The perpetual base fund is exempt from both of those. That's because, one, it is being caught up in that broader operational fund proposal that I talked about. And so to sort of give it the double hit of implicating it in these interest sweeps would have been too damaging. It's also a unique fund that earns, that relies a lot on interest to keep the buying power of the fund. So that is exempt from both. The CWCB Construction Fund, Treasury interest only is included in both proposals, the sweeps and the cap. But interest earned from loans will not be touched by these proposals. The Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund, I have noted here, is mostly exempt. So Proposition DD revenue is 100% exempt, but it's important to note that this fund has some residual general fund left in it from initial transfers that sort of stood up the fund. And so interest earned on that general fund will be caught up in the sweep, but it's a small percentage of total interest revenue. The Water Supply Reserve Fund will be included in the one-time sweeps, but not the cap because it's continuously appropriated. And then the Species Conservation Trust Fund is included in both aspects of it. So that's sort of the picture across CWCB's main funds. Next slide, please. When you sum the potential impact of all of those different funds inclusions in these proposals, we're looking at in fiscal year 25, between $11 and $12 million in sweeps to the general fund. In fiscal year 26, between $8.5 and $9 million. And then the cap is quite uncertain and hard to forecast, but we're talking about 1% less revenue being earned on those funds going forward. I think that covers the information that I wanted to convey to you all, but again, I recognize this is really complex. There's a lot of moving pieces, so I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Nate. I'm sure we have a lot of questions. I don't know if we can phrase them all.
I'm also happy to speak with each of you offline or.
Director Felt.
Thanks, Nate. So I've been writing down numbers, trying to follow along here, but kind of like you said, some of this doesn't add up exactly because there's like the change in interest, the interest cap. It's hard to know, put a figure on that. But your slideshow doesn't really spell out the impact exactly. Yeah, I mean, can you give us a little more idea? What is the impact going to be from kind of where we sit?
Yes.
In terms of numbers and maybe in any other specifics.
Yeah, and so that's maybe my fault for not having a summary slide, but I think throughout this, I cited the big top line numbers. So in the operational fund proposal, looking at about $35 million over 3 years that would have ended up in the perpetual base fund that no longer will. And then from the interest proposals, about $20 million over 2 years that would have ended up in the funds that no longer will. And so sum those, and you're looking at between $50, $55 million over the next 3 years that again would have ended up in the funds, but no longer will.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Can you go back one slide so I can?
Yes.
Maybe 2 slides. Yeah, go back one more, please. Okay, so when you talk about the water plan implementation, because there's general funds sitting kind of foundationally within that fund, that is subject to the caps and the sweeps, but then any influx that comes from DD is exempt.
That's correct.
And so what kind of percentages are you talking? You're saying, do you have any idea what that number is?
I think the percentage of general fund revenue in there is like small single digits, and I think it's on its way out. So I think in the future, we're really expecting all revenue coming into the fund will be from DD. So I think it's a small issue in the short term, but I think it's going away as that fund transitions to be entirely funded by sports betting revenue.
Okay. So without causing Jen a heart attack, I say when we do water plan grants, we spend our general fund portion first. So then all that's left is DD coming in. Right? Wouldn't that, I mean, I know you can't allocate it that way, but gosh. All right, well, that answered my question. I appreciate it, Nate. Thank you.
Oh, Paul's got a question.
Oh, sorry, Paul. Go ahead, Director Boucher.
I sort of whispered this to Director Riss, but I've already got a bunch of questions about this. I imagine everybody has. Can we get this slideshow so that we can take our time and dissect it a little bit and be able to talk a little bit more intelligently?
Absolutely. And as you do that, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to talk.
Thanks, Nate.
Director Phil.
This is along the lines of his suggestion maybe, but I mean, I assume that we are required to bank our fund balances with the Treasury.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
He's going off the board.
I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
Yes, please, Director Brown.
Lauren reviewed this with us in advance of the board meeting, and I guess my question, there's nothing we can do about this, right? This is happening for us, not to us.
This is the governor's budget proposal for this year. It will not be finalized until April or May of this coming spring. And so the legislature, the Joint Budget Committee will be reviewing this. They'll be considering other options, but yes, this is the governor's budget proposal for this coming year.
Right. My point being, we're not being asked for our opinion, or
Everybody's asked.
I guess that's a statement. You don't have to answer that. Fellow board members.
I want your opinion.
This is life. I'm glad it's not my big enough. Actually, I'm not, because that would be amazing, but yeah, my opinion is it's happening. It's too bad, but it's for the good of the order. Maybe it'll go to our kids' schools.
Maybe. Anyone else have any questions or comments?
I do, if I could.
Okay, go ahead, Director Vasquez.
Thank you very much. So Nate, what would really be helpful is to embed the haircut in the total CWCB annual budget, so we can see what kind of percentage damage is being done to different aspects of the funding that CWCB is responsible for. Would that be possible?
Director Vasquez, this is Lauren Riss, and because this is right now just a budget proposal that has yet to be acted on by the JBC and the General Assembly to actually effectuate it, going forward, we will be able to show what those impacts are, but just going through the legislative process, there may be tweaks or changes to what you're seeing now. But, as Kirk does his cash management report, I think there was a question yesterday about a number that would change. Maybe Director Coombs, you asked that question. So that's where you would see changes if this were to go forward and become the state budget.
Yeah, I realize that this has to go through the legislative process. It is a starting point, but for me, it'd be very helpful to be able to see, not in great detail, but in the kind of framework that Nate just presented, what the percentage reduction is. So then we could follow it through the legislative process.
That is something I'm happy to work with CWCB on. It's a difficult question to answer, given that, as I sort of alluded to, like a lot of this revenue is upside revenue. And so it going away, I sort of view as a lost opportunity cost as opposed to a loss, of base funding. And so we'll have to think about how we really frame that.
Sure, I understand there are a lot of moving parts, but appreciate whatever framing you can do for us on that.
Absolutely.
Nate, I appreciate what you're saying about kind of the upswing side of the caps, though. If that goes in perpetual, that's some implications that we don't know about yet. So that's one of my bigger concerns is what does that mean long-term moving forward for how when you look at the growing needs in the population and the water projects that are not going to go away, that interest cap, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right that it's something we need to do more work to fully understand the long-term implication.
Okay. Anyone else? Did you? Director Gibbs, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Nate for, explaining this to all of us. As you all can see, it's very complex, and you'll get a copy of this. From my update yesterday, you heard that the state budget has, about $1 billion shortfall, and it's complex, and there's definitely cuts from various different departments, and at the end of the day, we have a constitutional mandate to balance the budget. So Nate, you did a great job, and I think you all know he previously worked for OSPB, so some of the really complex kind of items of the budget, he really can understand this really well. But Nate, behind the scenes, I just even though you shared with us some challenging news, just want to give you a huge thank you for all of your work. Deb Daniel just spoke earlier about, the challenges of, her neck of the woods as a Republican, but also with the Rio Grande, and you were instrumental in getting the $60 million that we have available, as well as the Wildfire Ready Watershed Program of HB 1379 that passed a few years ago that brought $10 million of that program, and then the technical assistance of $2.5 million as well that we have. So just a big thank you for helping us navigate all this, but also helping to bring in really important, valuable money as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. Yeah, we've got to be sure we're not trying to kill the messenger here. We appreciate all the work that you put into this, Nate. This is daunting. So, anyone else with? Yes, Director Brown.
I mean, this could have been worse, right? I think that's something to keep into perspective. I know that this isn't good, but, my understanding from when we reviewed it, it's a bummer, but we have this money, we have been earning the money, and so, I understand the way that this is happening, and they could have chosen to do this in a much harder way, and our agency is thriving. We're able to keep our employees going, so I just want to give the message that, this is just maybe part of us being part of the big body that is the government, and so before you go to lengths to try to be too creative, keep that in mind, That's my message of hope.
I think that's a really good, constructive way to look at it.
Limit our creativity. I appreciate it. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Thank you, Nate. Really appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. Andrea, is she here?
All right, you ready?
No.
Andrea Harbin-Monahan, CWCB staff for the record, and this is agenda item 24, South Platte River Reynolds Landing Easement Agreement. So this is an easement or request within the Chatfield Downstream Channel Improvement Project, which many of you may know is a flood control project constructed by the Army Corps of Engineers. And it covers approximately 7 miles from the Chatfield Dam to the Bear Creek confluence along the South Platte River. And we, as the CWCB, are the non-federal sponsor of this project, and that gives us the responsibility of maintaining the channel for flood control purposes. So in that role, we are also responsible for acting on easement requests when third parties have the need or the desire to use land within the right-of-way. So this particular project is located at Reynolds Landing Park, and this is a very crude screenshot that I put together, but it's just northwest of Santa Fe and Mineral in Arapahoe County, just adjacent to Breckenridge Brewery. This stretch of river is degraded. It offers minimal and dangerous recreational opportunities, and it has limited aquatic habitat. So the River Improvement Project was spearheaded by the South Platte Working Group, which is comprised of all of the municipalities along that 7-mile stretch of river, as well as Arapahoe County Mile High Flood District and the South Suburban Parks and Recreation District. And their intent is to improve the in-river recreational activities and aquatic habitat and make the river corridor more accessible to residents and improve the river health. Also while maintaining the flood control function of the project. So this board was introduced to the project in an informational agenda item presented by Mile High Flood District back in November of 2022. And the project was also awarded a $500,000 water plan grant to support construction at the September 2023 board meeting. And so one of the final pieces to some of the permitting and to get the ball rolling on construction is the approval of an easement agreement. South Suburban Parks and Recreation District is the most appropriate party to hold that easement. They already manage much of the outdoor space used along the river, and they do own a parcel in the upland part of the park, which will have associated project elements. So them holding this easement would facilitate the natural extensions of management responsibilities that they would already have there. So the geographical area of the easement agreement, which is here highlighted in blue, would be approximately 15 acres, and it would cover activities related to the construction, operation, maintenance, repair, and replacement of the improvements as necessary. All of our easement agreements are 25-year terms, and they all have a fee associated with them, which this board has broad discretion in determining an appropriate fee, especially where there's a public benefit. So the draft easement agreement states a nominal fee of $10 for this easement agreement, given the public benefit of these improvements and that the easement holder is a quasi-governmental entity. So staff recommends approval of the issuance of an easement agreement for the South Suburban Parks and Recreation District for improvements at Reynolds Landing Park. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Okay. Yes, please, Jen.
I've worked on this a little bit with Andrea, and we've had some conversations, but none recently. We were thinking about the fact that we might need to talk to the controller about some provisions. Do we have a finalized easement agreement? So I think the ask for the board would be maybe nothing less restrictive on the grantee than what's been proposed to the board. Is that safe to say?
I think that's safe to say. This is just a draft and nothing would change substantially based on further conversations with you and South Suburban. Right?
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
So then you think the motion, everything is good? Is that what you're saying?
With that clarification, yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, if there's no other comments or questions, I'd entertain a motion for agenda item 25, or sorry, agenda item 24 to staff recommendation. Okay, Director Felt, is there a second? Director Wind, all in favor, say aye. Could, do you have it in writing to where we could look at it?
I don't
no?
have it up
Okay.
there, but the staff recommendation would just be to issue the draft easement agreement, I guess, Jen?
That's why I asked. The staff recommendation reads that the board approve the issuance of an easement agreement for South Suburban Parks and Recreation District. So I think maybe the use of "and" instead of the attached easement agreement is sufficient.
Okay. So then I think we're good. Okay. So, we'll say, you're good with that, having made the motion with the clarification? Okay. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Appreciate it, Andrea. Okay, the reason we all came today.
Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "To appreciate beauty, to find the best in others, and to leave the world a bit better, whether by a healthy child, a garden patch, or a redeemed social condition. To know that even one life has breathed easier because you have lived, this is to have succeeded." Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Kevin Houck. I'm the Chief of the Watershed and Flood Protection Section, and I'm here to present agenda item 25. I'm here to commemorate the forthcoming retirement of Terry Fade, our floodplain mapping program manager. And Terry's here in the audience, right over there, raise your hand. And I want to thank her for agreeing to do a Terry Fade retirement roast. I just wanted to see if that would get her. See, the thing, Terry would never have agreed to come here for that. This will not be a roast, but I just wanted to see what your reaction would be like. I really am here to commemorate Terry and her remarkable career. I've been a section chief for a baker's dozen years now, and this is only the second time I've gotten up to do a board item for an employee's departure during that time. The first time was in 2020 for Joe Busto. I don't know how many of you remember Joe, but unfortunately he passed away in December of 2019. I'm very happy to report that Terry will be departing under much better circumstances. Of course, those of you who remember Joe will not be surprised that as I was writing what was essentially his work eulogy, that speech just kind of wrote itself. Joe, God rest his soul, was just that kind of person. I didn't have that same experience writing this speech. Terry doesn't exist in a world that just spontaneously creates material. Put simply, she just quietly gets her work done with little fanfare, which is exactly the way she wants it. She doesn't seek the spotlight, and honestly, I can't be certain she's not mad at me for bringing her here to do this. Many of you may not have met Terry yet, and you probably don't know her well. You'd be forgiven for that because Terry just intentionally keeps a low profile. So let me tell you a little bit about her. Terry graduated from Colorado State University in 1981 and has begun what has since become a distinguished 43-year career in public safety. During that time, she's worked in all arenas that I can think of. She's worked in local government for the city of Fort Collins. She's worked in special district government at the Mile High Flood District for almost 20 years. She's worked in state government here at the Colorado Water Conservation Board. She worked for the feds through a contractual arrangement with FEMA, and she worked in the private sector with a number of different consultants. She came to us in the fall of 2020 after her predecessor left following the start of the COVID pandemic. Her predecessor not only ran the floodplain management program, but also set the table to manage a new program, the Letter of Map Revision Delegation Program, which is a complex program reserved for only the top performers of FEMA around the country, performing partners. And this was one that was pioneered by Terry's prior employer, the Mile High Flood District. It's a very big deal to manage this program, and Terry's predecessor left before this program could be implemented. I'll say the implementation of this program was in serious doubt because only a few people have enough understanding of this program to be able to get it off the ground, and Terry was one of those people. Terry works in a semi-regulatory environment, and that means she's not always the favorite person of members of the public. I was hired 21 years ago at the CWC by former Section Chief Larry Lang. Many of you have probably never met Larry Lang, maybe not even heard of him, and in fact, I'm fairly confident that of the people in this room, the only other people besides me that I know for sure knew Larry are Terry herself and Kirk Russell. But one thing Larry told me early on in my public career was that in a regulatory environment, if you're not upsetting people every now and then, you're probably not very good at your job. Well, Terry is good at her job. In fact, one of the favorite things she's liked to say to me in the past couple months over and over is some slight variant of, well, people aren't going to be sad to see me go. Let me describe a story that occurred pretty recently. You see, we have a phenomenon that occurs from time to time where streams get restudied and occasionally the regulatory floodplain gets bigger due to better information. This happened a lot after the 2013 flood, but it still continues to happen from time to time. Recently, in a community I won't name, but which was affected by the 2013 floods, a developer was working to create a large new development in an area where recent information suggests the floodplain may or may not be subject to future expansion as a result of updated information that isn't yet fully completed. In a request for a floodplain map revision that would rework the floodplain in a way that was favorable to the development, Terry's response to the developer was an approval of the request, but included a recommendation for the developer to simply consider this alternative source of information while redesigning the development, just in case conditions were to ever change in the future. Following this response, Terry received a Colorado Open Records Act request from an attorney representing the developer, which required numerous hours to fill, along with a demand from the attorney for Terry to cite the statutory authority for her to recommend consideration of something. Terry's response to the attorney politely reiterated the approval, provided the definition of the word recommend, and politely stated that she didn't need a statutory citation for the authority to recommend anything. Thank you very much. And that was the end of that. Yeah, go Terry. So that story focuses on Terry's tenacity, but I do want to balance that here. Kevin Wagner, the longtime floodplain administrator for the city of Aurora, said, "We have a great responsibility to the public, and the decisions that we make on a daily basis must always place the safety and well-being of the public first. At the same time, we must be mindful of the regulatory responsibilities that we face and the challenge that compliance with the details of the regulations does not always fit neatly with realities of any given situation." And while he was discussing a recent situation that involved Terry, Mr. Wagner also commented, "The proposed approach you offered and explained to stakeholders very clearly saved time and money while being protective of the public interest. You exhibited excellent knowledge as well as communication skills to explain a complicated situation." Well done. Not only does Terry work in a semi-regulatory environment, she also works in the area of public safety and welfare, mostly in the arena of mitigation. I can personally tell you that natural hazard mitigation is a very tough business to be in. When you do your job well, nothing happens. And how can you prove that nothing happened because of the work that you did? And to make matters worse, when you do your job really well, it creates the appearance that the hazard no longer exists. So why do you even have your job? This is, of course, absurd, as, for example, people in northern Colorado found out in 2013. The hazard still very much exists, and we'll remind everybody of that fact in a big way from time to time. But the work of people like Terry nonetheless makes people safer. Consider this as an example. In 1976, 144 people perished during the Big Thompson flood. 37 years later, a flood with a much larger regional footprint, but including a similar Thompson Canyon, resulted in 10 deaths throughout the entire region. What changed? Certainly, I'm not implying that Terry alone saved 134 people in 2013, but she is part of a much larger public safety community that includes first responders, outreach specialists, emergency managers, land use planners, floodplain mappers, floodplain regulators, and engineers that all help mitigate the hazard. All of these functions work together to save lives. Terry herself helps identify the hazard, either keep people away from the hazard altogether, or if they must occupy the hazardous area, to build smarter to mitigate the risk. And this kind of risk occurs everywhere, not just in the Big Thompson Canyon. Let me be very, very blunt here. From the bottom of my heart, I very, very much think somebody somewhere literally owes their life to Terry. Maybe multiple people. Their lives were directly or indirectly saved by the very work that Terry did. They'll never know it, and you'll never know it, but it's something that I believe from the bottom of my heart. And it's not just lives that are saved. Property losses are much less in areas that are effectively mapped and managed. Consider this example. In 2015, FEMA released a study that analyzed the losses avoided in the 2013 Colorado flood. Many of you may know that this very board adopted floodplain rules in 2010 that exceeded FEMA minimums. Director McLeod, you were around for that process. FEMA's report estimated that if floodway development regulations had been adopted earlier, estimated losses in the 2013 flood in Boulder, Weld, and Larimer counties alone would have been $109 million less. Adopting Freeboard earlier would have resulted in a 38% decrease in estimated losses for Boulder County and an over 18% decrease in losses for Larimer and Weld counties. So think about that. These are potential 9-figure savings in flood losses. So to put it mildly, this is real money we're talking about here. But to get more to the heart of the matter, I've responded to both floods and wildfires throughout my career, and it's extremely difficult to put into words how impactful these events are to people's lives. They're more than statistics. I've seen lives and families completely upended by natural disasters, and I've seen post-event suicides. These are the kinds of situations that Terry's work mitigates or even prevents altogether. I've already said that I think someone somewhere literally owes their life to Terry. I'm much more confident that people in many areas owe the continued existence of their homes and properties to Terry's work. I'd now like to tell you what other people say about Terry. She's a very well-loved person who will be greatly missed. Shay Thomas was Terry's former supervisor at the Mile High Flood District and current contractor assisting Terry with her work. Terry, here's what Shay said about you. Terry Fade's retirement marks the close of a remarkable chapter defined by unmatched technical expertise and unwavering dedication. Her loyalty to the people she served, paired with a deep and genuine care for their well-being, has left a lasting impact on everyone fortunate enough to benefit from her services. I've witnessed Terry take the time to personally produce a handwritten note of thanks to a homeowner, expressing her gratitude for their kind words after a challenging project. A small gesture that speaks volumes about her care for people she is trying to help. Her selflessness, tireless work ethic, and commitment to excellence set a high standard that is rarely matched. Jim Kaiser serves as the floodplain administrator for the city of Thornton. Here's what Jim had to say about Terry. When I took over as Thornton's floodplain administrator in early 2008, Terry was one of the first and primary points of contact I had with the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District. Over the ensuing dozen years, she patiently listened to my what-if scenarios as we worked through several master plans and letters of map change. With her knowledge of individual drainage basins and floodplains, letters of map revisions, and the projects that led up to them across the entire district, not just my small piece of it, provided me ideas on how to implement projects and manage the floodplains in my purview. Sarah Hoagland is a consultant who has worked with Terry in numerous capacities over the past 20 years, and here's what Sarah had to say about Terry. Although I had known Terry for years, I am grateful I had the opportunity to work closely with her over the past year and a half. She's a very special person, and I, along with the rest of the engineering community, will miss her greatly. She has been a mentor and a friend, and I wish her well. Troy Carmen is a consultant and president of Icon Engineering who has worked with Terry for decades. Troy is a character, and anybody that knows Troy wouldn't be surprised by his quote. In fact, until recently, he worked with Kirk as a fellow high school football referee, a theme that seems to be coming up a lot today. Here's what Troy said. Terry is like the Olympic gold medal swimmer that works off season as a lifeguard. When she rescues you, you don't ask why. You may not have even known you were drowning, but just say thank you and go have a Capri Sun in the shade. Sounds like Troy, right, Kurt? But Terry is more to me than just an invaluable public servant, although she is that. My favorite memory of her has absolutely nothing to do with work, and it's one that I will never forget. Are you getting nervous? It's good, I promise. My wife, Curry, is an only child, and her father died in the summer of 2022, the last of her immediate family other than me and our kids to pass away. Immediately after the event, she confided in me that she felt alone with no ascendants or siblings remaining in this world, and it really took her into a dark place for a while. Not long after it happened, Terry contacted me and asked how she could get some food to us to get us through the hard time. I had not asked for any assistance, and I immediately told her, thank you, but there's no need to worry about us. Terry insisted on doing so, and she probably remembers how hard it was to get it to us. I had to meet her under the I-25 viaduct over Broadway after 5 p.m., and she promptly handed me bag after bag after bag full of food, Some store-bought, but most of it prepared and cooked by her, including instructions on how to make it. When I got home and started bringing the bags into my house, my wife literally dropped to her knees and started crying. Amidst an onslaught of sudden tears, she told me that this was just what she needed, and thank goodness for angels in this world like Terry. Terry, I don't know how hard it was to make that happen, but I can assure you it was more than just food to curry. You literally changed the trajectory of her summer. And during that difficult time, and she's told me she'll never forget that for the rest of her life, and I won't either. That's the kind of person that Terry is. A number of the directors have mentioned during your director's report, this is the month of giving thanks and gratitude. And I just want to say that I'm grateful to have known Terry both as a coworker and a friend. As I said earlier, Terry has said to me many times over the past couple months, nobody will be sad to see me go. Well, we just had a retirement party on Tuesday afternoon, and some of you were there, and thank you for coming. And by my count, over 100 people cycled through that party just to show you how much you're appreciated. They'll all be sorry to see you go. Terry, with my thanks to Karen Meyer, who is our group's procurement specialist, I would like to present a gift to you for your service to the state of Colorado. So if you want to come up here. Karen arranged to have a Colorado state flag flown above the state capitol for a day in your honor. It was hoisted on October 31st, which is Halloween. And Terry, here is that flag given to you in honor of your service to the people of Colorado. Thank you. She really is one of a kind, and her last day in the office will be this coming Wednesday. So you've kind of already done this now, but Mr. Chair, members of the board, I hope you'll you'll join me in commemorating Terry's 43-year career of public service, her unending dedication to public safety, and the legacy she leaves behind, not only at CWCB, but throughout Colorado. Thank you for everything, Terry. Best of luck to you in the future. Mr. Chair, that's the end of my presentation.
Well, thanks. We've been waiting for that one for 2 days. Great job. Thank you. Thank you very much, Terry. Appreciate the work you did. Thank you. Do we have anybody on public comment? Nobody's there? Okay, so I guess we're adjourned.
Motion.
Oh, we need a motion. So moved. Okay, Director Felt, is there a second? Director Brown, all in favor, say aye. Aye.